The latest in gaming news is all about bold statements. First, the CEO of Take-Two, the owner of Rockstar, has some big claims about GTA 6. We also have projected earnings and revenue for GTA 6 just on the pre-orders alone. And you guessed it, Rockstar is once again goofing around with their post count on Instagram, and it's leading to more thoughts about when we're going to get a GTA 6 trailer too. This actually adds to my own prediction with respect to the earnings as well as projected money that they are going to release GTA 6 this year. It will not be delayed like many people have been speculating. Then, another bold statement from another story, the former CEO, who is now the CCO over Arrowhead Studios, the studio behind Helldivers 2, he had some very strong remarks about two different things. One was about balance in Helldivers 2, and that it could be a great step in a direction that I would like them to take if he does mean what he's saying. And the other thing was he had some comments about DEI in video games. Now, last but certainly not least, Xbox had a response to a proposed Halo Doom crossover for Secret Level episode, and well, it may surprise and disappoint you, but have no fear, Season 1 did really well, so there's still some hope. Now, as always, I have a game for your wish list and your radar, and I have an update about a game coming this month that you can play a little bit earlier than the release date, which is great to see. We love to see more demos and trials of games hitting the market. I think that would be a great culture to get back to, allowing players to try before they buy. And we also have a game that is sending out review codes a month in advance, and you may get to see some of that coverage here. Now, call to action here. We do need folks to hit the like button. We do that every morning, and you guys that come in are amazing that do that. You guys come in, you smash like, you're phenomenal. You may also notice there's lots of gifted members on this channel, but we are trying to hit 600 members at Member Plus. That's people that pick the membership up on their own. So if you want to support the channel directly, click join and then make sure you pick Member Plus. For $6 a month, you get into an entire second half of this channel, and I hope you enjoy your stay if you end up getting a gifted or pick up a membership on your own. Also, this is a huge PSA. Make sure your notification bell is set to all. A bunch of people's notification bells got switched to personalized, and they were no longer seeing my videos. All right, let's get into this. So what's going on with GTA 6? We're probably going to be having GTA 6 on the title and the thumbnail for the duration of the year, because every other day there's going to be a GTA 6 leak or news story or something. Well, we've got comments from the CEO, we've got revenue predictions, and we've got Instagram shenanigans, and let's go through it. So just yesterday, we covered a brand new leak and a theory about the game getting delayed. I've predicted that we will get more and more GTA 6 leaks throughout the year, and now we have the CEO of Take-Two making some remarks in an interview about the wait for the game. Now, first, he talked about why their intellectual property has proven so durable. He said the following: unlike many of our competitors, every one of our releases inside a franchise has done better than the prior release. This has been true for like 20 years. And in most instances, that isn't the case in the video game business. In most cases, you'll see a steady decline release after release. But that is not the case with us, because we take our time and we really focus on presenting something to the audience that they just haven't seen before. Now, this is obviously meaning that he believes GTA 6 will do better than GTA 5, which, when we get to the revenue predictions, it's looking like that's going to happen. But also in this interview, he was asked to sum up GTA 6 in a few words, and he said, "I would say I think it'll be extraordinary and worth the wait, or worth waiting for." He says, "I think it will be breathtaking." Now, I would not take his comment about it's worth waiting for to mean that it's getting delayed or anything like that. I don't think that's what's happening. I think he's just saying, look, you've been waiting for a long time. It's going to be worth the wait, because he just recently said that the fall of 2025 date range was chosen because they were confident that they would hit it. And they better hit it, because they told shareholders that there'll be big revenue bumps this fiscal year when it lands. And according to the estimates, they are set to make over $1 billion from the pre-orders alone, and they're looking to double GTA 5's first year. This comes from VG247. They said the following: in a report by the Financial Times, GTA 6 is set to pull in over $1 billion in pre-orders as everyone and their mum fails to exercise any self-control when it comes to handing the contents of their wallets over to Lucia and Jason. And hold on to your hats, it apparently gets even crazier. This is another quote. The firm predicting that the game will make over $3.2 billion in revenue during its first 12 months on sale, which the report cites as doubling GTA 5's mark for the same period. And Strauss Zelnick was not done doing interviews because he also spoke to the Financial Times, and he said that, quote, "I never claim victory before it occurs. That said, I think Rockstar Games will once again deliver something absolutely phenomenal. Certainly, the anticipation is high." Listen, I really think they are signaling confidence here. This really adds to my thought that the game will land in 2025. And if it's gonna land in 2025, we're gonna need GTA 6 Trailer 2 to come at some point, and the Instagram shenanigans are happening once again. Rockstar is now limiting their posts to 14, all right? They were doing that last month. They were limiting it to 27. And then on the 27th, they rolled out like this big sale, and it felt like a big troll. But the 14th of January was a prediction that kept coming up when I did my GTA 6 Trailer 2 waiting room, because January 14th is Faye Dunaway's birthday, the actress from the movie Bonnie and Clyde. Now, I'll say this isn't quite as crazy as looking at pictures of the moon and predicting things based off the cycles of the moon, okay? But this is kind of close to that, all right? If nothing else is going on January the 14th, well, we may do another waiting room stream because it was fun. I hope you enjoyed it, because we might be doing it again. Let's keep our eyes peeled for any more clues and any more trolling from Rockstar, as both the CEO of Take-Two and Financial Times analysts are saying this thing's going to kill it. Now, these were not the only bold statements to hit the news. We've got bold statements coming from the former CEO of Arrowhead Studios, now the CCO of Helldivers 2. And he had some bold remarks, and the first is about balance. Now, this comes from Reddit. He went to Reddit to address some frustration about one of the Killzone guns being, well, not very strong, and this is what he said. Because weapons are what weapons are, balance doesn't matter. This is also what was wrong before. Things were seen as game objects rather than real weapons. If you like the Killzone fantasy, you may want to use it. It kills things. It's not useless. It could maybe use some tweaking, but unfortunately, a 3-burst sniper with 9 rounds per mag isn't that great. But that's how the weapon works. Now, there's a couple of takeaways here, okay? First and foremost, he says balance doesn't matter, okay? He could be meaning a couple of things here, because he says this is what was wrong before. I find this encouraging. He's like, balance doesn't matter. He's like, this is what was wrong before. You know, we were trying to treat things as objects instead of guns. Now, there's another side of this, though. He could be basically saying, listen, if a gun is going to be like this, it's going to be like this. It's a sniper with not a whole lot of, ammunition in it. It's part of the Killzone fantasy, all right? I have advocated for embracing what I call the pendulum of chaos. Abandon any notion that you're going to balance or fine-tune your game. It's not that kind of game. I hope that he and others at the studio are coming to agree with my perspective, all right? I don't know if they've seen my videos, but when he said balance doesn't matter, I'm like, man, that sounds an awful like things that I have said, that you are wasting your time trying to balance and fine-tune this game. Embrace the chaos, okay? I put out an idea about experimental weapons because then everybody would know they wouldn't stay super strong, but you could create seasons of dominance and metas when you introduce new weapons or you see weapons not getting a lot of usage, always keeping the weapon pool and the weapon meta fresh and never having anybody have the expectation that, well, my weapon's never going to be any better than this or my weapon's going to stay this strong for forever, okay? This would also be a great way to take something like this Killzone weapon and maybe make it fun for a little while, even though it would break fantasy. It wouldn't break fantasy because within the lore of the game, having things that are experimental or unstable is all part of the fun. Now, the second thing he seems to indicate here is that sometimes there'll be guns that are added to the game just for the fantasy, not necessarily for their power and efficiency, okay? Again, I think my idea helps to not break the fantasy because you would create elasticity within the lore and the weapon pool so things could shift around, and that would then set the expectation within the community that that's going to be happening. You're not constantly going to be having your build ruined by nerfs or buffs. It would be part of the fabric of the game, and the expectation would be set. In any case, it's encouraging to hear this level of candor about balance after a year of some pretty unwelcome patches and nerfs. Now, the other thing that he said, the CCO of Arrowhead, has to do with DEI, and some in the gaming world are taking this as a huge win for their anti-woke or anti-DEI efforts. Someone told him on Twitter to never add DEI to your games, to which he replied, "If it doesn't add to the game experience, it detracts, and games should be a pure pursuit of amazing moments." He then added further in the same Twitter thread, he said, "I don't like labels, but mankind is united in its extreme xenophobia on Super Earth. Inclusion, so maybe that's DEI? I really don't care. Make good games, don't make a contemporary political statement." Now, many are split on what he's saying here. Some are claiming this is a huge win for their anti-woke and anti-DEI efforts. Others are pointing out the irony of a game that satirizes fascism taking this position because maybe the game is trying to say something and maybe it's not. I actually think his point is rather simple. Don't add things to the game in an effort to make a statement because it will likely detract from the experience. It will potentially hijack the experience and the art. I would imagine that their satire of democracy and Super Earth is not meant to be any deeper than that. It's just a joke. It's just silly. There's no message. There's no agenda. It obviously serves the game because it lets them post updates and videos, new mission orders, all within that world of satire. I do not think there is a message inside of Helldivers 2. But as is customary, anything about this subject turns into a battleground. The irony being, the side of this discussion who claims that they want games to be about games, they continue to make games about something else entirely. Seems a little bit hypocritical. Anyways, another response that hit the news might disappoint you. Xbox responding to a secret level pitch. If you haven't watched Secret Level yet, I really enjoyed it, even though some of the missions, some of the episodes were a little on the short side. I thought it was excellent. This is a real quick story, though. I thought it was both amusing and disappointing, but there is some hope, okay? There is some hope here. According to reports, I'm pulling this from Game Rant here, Secret Level asked about a Halo Doom crossover episode, and here's what Game Rant had to say. In an interview with Collider, Miller and Wilson revealed that they wanted to make a Master Chief Doomslayer crossover episode, but got turned down. Miller expressed frustration at fan comments asking why Secret Level featured Spelunky, but not Halo, saying that they talked with Microsoft about it, but couldn't get the project off the ground. Wilson elaborated that they wrote an impassioned letter to Microsoft and id Software, but the studios turned down the idea. Now, he did leave room for the possibility of it happening in Season 2, but he also said that copyright issues and other deals could still get in the way. He apparently also begged to make a Half-Life episode, which also didn't go anywhere. But with how well Season 1 did, it seemed to get good reception, and they've already been greenlit for a Season 2. Well, maybe they can bag some bigger targets, so you might get your Halo Doom crossover episode with the two brutes in green fighting side by side. Now, I do have a game for your wish list and your radar, as well as an update about another game that you'll be able to play early. Now, this first game is called, rather simply, GUG. G-U-G. And this was put on my radar yesterday by a member of our community here. And it uses AI to generate monsters based on what you type. So you'll notice the monster down there in the corner, and then I'll advance the video so you can see a few of the other monsters as well. All these various monsters that you use. It is basically a roguelike sort of battler, okay? It's a creature battler. They're aiming at a Q1 release of 2025. There is currently a demo that you can play. I actually think this is a pretty cool and creative use of AI. You can basically type anything and it will create the little creature based off what you said. I'm sure people will get very creative with what they type. So check out that demo on Steam. They're aiming at releasing this first quarter of the year. As I said, I think it's a cool use of AI. Now, I put Eternal Strands on your radar a day or two ago because this is one of the first games coming out this year that I actually think looks very promising. My thoughts on this, I'm worried people are going to skip it simply because the art style has that very samey Fortnite, Wayfinder, Immortals Phoenix Rising look and feel, but I feel like the gameplay and a lot of the depth in this trailer that I even cut off the other day with day-night cycles and RPG elements and various things that you can do to your character for customization. Well, this game releases on January the 28th, but they have announced a demo for January the 21st. So if you were unsure about this game and you weren't really keen on getting it or not, I actually think this shows confidence that they have something special. I think these big boss fights look fun, and I think the world and the combat and the voice acting, the writing is actually quite good from the trailers that we've seen. So if you're on the fence about this one and you're not really sure if you're going to enjoy it, you can play it for free on January the 21st. Check out Eternal Strands. That's an entire week before the game comes out. Now, that's my games for your wish list and your radar. Really quick recap. We have all sorts of things going on with GTA 6. We had the CEO making remarks about how it's going to be worth the wait. GTA 6 pre-orders are going to make a ton of money. They're goofing around on Instagram again. And my prediction about GTA 6 making it on time is looking pretty good given the confidence from them. We've had some remarks from Arrowhead Studios CCO about balance in the game as well as DEI. And last but not least, Xbox responded and said no to a Halo Doom crossover. And Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I'm going to throw this one in here at the very, very end. They announced that they'll be sending out review codes a month before the game comes out. So in the theme of being bold, that's a pretty bold window of time to let people play the game and review it. So look for those Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 reviews when they land. And that's the news. And now it's time for the discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Go through that morning ritual of smashing the like button. Let's get to 200 likes. And you guys are maniacs. I'm sitting there reading my monologue, and I'm seeing gifted members just pop off. Han shot first, and so did you. Joker Quinn with the first gifted member of the day. We are right now working on a stretch goal that will unlock some Helldivers PvP, maybe some Helldivers hide and go seek tonight in the stream with my wife. If you guys weren't here for the last time that we did that, it was a blast. And then a 5-bomb from Alfonso takes us up to 532, and then a 20-bomb hit from Sneaky Wolf. This guy starting off the day strong, getting us to 552. Let me get back into the chat because I owe you guys 5 members. Thank you so much, Sneaky Wolf. That was so generous. What a great way to start the day. Appreciate you guys so much and all that you do for this channel. If you get a gifted membership, make sure you turn on notifications. And again, don't forget to check your notification bell. A lot of people's notification bell got switched to personalized. Make sure it is set to all. It worked out well for Ragnarok. They had a lengthy review, and I believe the embargo ended like a week before. Total confidence. Yes, I remember that with Ragnarok. Ragnarok, the embargo dropped like 7 days. Yeah, 7 days before the game came out. Yeah. Yep. Good morning, Lono. I was wondering what your thoughts are on Rockstar making comments about GTA 6 having no issues running on the Series S. Well, Rockstar didn't make the comment. The Take-Two CEO didn't say there'll be no issues. He said they had no concerns about the Series S, which, listen, I mean, that's just the CEO being a CEO. I wouldn't go to the bank with that. I wouldn't. I mean, we've seen a pattern. I mean, a pattern of games coming out and having issues with maintaining good performance, frames per second, good resolution, and all of that on the Series S, right? I would not take his comment as like oh yeah, it's going to run perfectly fine. I would never expect the CEO of a publisher to be like, oh yeah, we're definitely going to run into some issues over there. He's trying to build confidence in the game. He's trying to he's trying to build confidence in the product. That would not bode confidence. And 3 singles come in from Grumpy Exile. I see what he's doing. He's setting us up at 555. He's trying to bait a 20 bomb up to 575. That's not what they said. Me or the person in chat? GTA 6, Series S. It was Take-Two CEO. He was the one that said it. It was on the earnings call, right? Let me try and find it, because it was basically when he said they were highly confident in that window of delivery. No, I'm trying to find the quote. Don't gaslight me, bro. Who's gaslighting you? I'm trying to find the direct quote where he said that. Here we go. GTX will run fine on the Series X S, but Take-Two issues a warning to Microsoft. Okay. Right here. They were asking him if it would be difficult to run on the less powerful Series S, and his answer was, look, we support the platforms where the consumers are for as long as they're there, and we find a way to support platforms despite different levels of tech. Our labels are really good at that. I'm really not worried. So he's basically saying we're not worried. That's all he said. Now, he also said they will make things work as long as the audience is big enough to make it worthwhile, and that it's selective about which platforms we support. So everybody's framing this as, well, the CEO of Take-Two said it's going to run fine. It's going to run fine on the Series S. That's not what he said. He said we support the platforms where it lands. Like, we're going to ensure it's going to run as well as it can. He's not saying, oh, yeah, there's no issues at all. It'll run fine. Yes, Series S is a great machine. He's not saying anything to that degree. A 5 gifted member bomb from Grumpy. He sets up his own dunker and gets us to 560. Thank you so much, Grumpy Exile. I mean, he's saying, I'm not worried. He's not, listen to how he says it. We support the platforms where the consumers are as long as they're there, and we find a way to support the platforms despite different levels of tech. Our labels are really good at that. I'm not really worried. His confidence isn't in the Series S, it's in his team. It's in his team. He's saying, we're good at this. Don't worry. I'm not worried. We're good at getting things to run on weaker hardware. He's not saying, yeah, there's no issue with the Series S. He's saying, we're really good at this, so there's no reason to worry. That's exactly what he's supposed to do as a CEO. Establish confidence in the company and in the product. Translation, I don't give an F about the Series S. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Guys, take a quick second, smash a like button. We're talking about GTA 6 on the Series S. GTA 6 will likely be in the news a bunch between now and the release date. Theories about Trailer 2. Their Instagram is goofing around once again. Now they're kind of pointing to the 14th, maybe. Oh, you're telling people who make up quotes to not gaslight. Yeah, I don't think he was gaslighting. I think this is what happens. Okay, hang on a second. Take a little sip of coffee here. And you could take a sip of coffee too if you order some Reforge Roast. We're still running a sale on the Frickmas blend as well as our bundles, and Kale ordered some this morning. Thank you, Kale. So this is what happens, all right? This is what happens. You end up with, typically, some sort of statement like this, and when it hits the airwaves, it goes through the sifting bowl of fanboys. It goes through a fanboy sifting bowl, all right? And instead of reading his comments at face value, they say, yep, see, ponies, there's no problem with the Series S. It's like, he didn't say anything about whether or not there was a problem with the Series S. He quite literally says they support platforms at different levels of tech. He's acknowledging the Series S is weaker. And he's saying, we're good at this. I'm not worried. Do you see the difference in how that sounds? It's not, there's no issues with the Series S. He's saying, yeah, it's weaker. We're good with different levels of tech. We're good at that. We're not worried. He's talking about confidence in his developers. He's not commenting on whether or not there's issues with the Series S. A $5 super chat tip from True SSJ Havoc says, how do they get confused with no issue on the Series S? That wasn't even close. People just see what they want to see. Mental gymnastics, crazy. I'm telling you, this is why I always say, let's go to the direct quote. Let's go to what was actually said. We just saw that this morning with The Witcher 4. The headline makes it sound like it's going to be some, game about medieval feminism. And then you go read the actual quote and they're like, yeah, I mean, maybe there'll be a little bit of that in the game. Like, women are treated pretty poorly in the world of The Witcher, so a female Witcher is going to be facing some of that. Oh, it's going to be woke. No, it's not. The headline versus the quote are completely different. the fanboy sifting bowl is always going to do this. And what you have to do, you've got to train yourself to do this. It's really difficult because we see a lot of headlines, we see a lot of tweets, and it's very easy to buy into like the first thing that you see. You see the soundbite, you see the quick snapshot, and it's very easy to be like, oh, that's what's going on. Aw, man. And then you go look at the quote and you're like, yeah, maybe not. You think I'm way off? My impression of GTA 6, the platform breakdown will be 96% on PS5, 4% Xbox, or is that too harsh? I don't know if it'll be that extreme. 75-25? 75-25? There's just so many more PlayStation 5s than there are Series S's and X's. Like, PlayStation's got a huge quantitative advantage with respect to percentage of sales versus that platform. They have a huge advantage. The Salty Boys are going wild with your take on Black Myth Wukong not going to Xbox yesterday. It's so embarrassing. What are they stuck on with my take about Black Myth Wukong? Did I said that it might not ever go, or I don't know. At least women in the Middle Ages didn't have to deal with angry screaming boys about woke. What's good, Mr. Chosen? Tweets that are translated shouldn't be taken so serious. What tweets that are translated? What are you talking about? The Xbox numbers are going to be low. Yeah, because it won't be on Game Pass. Street Shadow with 9 months of membership says the spin that the Xbox fan channels are doing on this Series S story is insane. It's one for the ages. They're not breaking their backs anymore, Street Shadow. They're not. They're contorting themselves into the shape of a clown. Like, they're basically no longer breaking their back logically. They're like contorting themselves like a balloon animal, and it's in the shape of a clown. Like, it's just absolutely embarrassing. The takes that I saw and the things that people were saying, just embarrassing. It's like, come on. And the fact that you'll take a quote like this from the Take-Two CEO and you'll say, oh yeah, see, he said there's no issue with the Series S. That's not what he said. He's literally acknowledging in this quote, despite different levels of tech, he is acknowledging it's weaker, it's less powerful. That right there is the canon. I want you to really analyze this, actually. Let's analyze this a little bit deeper. Let's go deeper than what we've done so far. During the company's earnings call on November the 6th, Zelnick reiterated the release date has not slipped, okay? He was asked about whether it would be difficult to get GTA 6 running on the less powerful Xbox Series S. I really want you to think about that. All these guys running their fan fiction nonsense and their drivel and their lies and their obfuscation about the Series S, and on one of the biggest publishers in the world, on their earnings call, the CEO is asked about the less powerful Xbox Series S. That is how well known the issues are with this thing that it comes up on an earnings call with Take-Two. The CEO of one of the biggest publishers in the world had to field a question about that console. Are you actually going to continue to try to act like there's no issue? Solid Snake with 15 months, that bumps the line, and a 5-bomb comes in from Mike Beckett. One of my favorite things is seeing people with white badges support the channel. It means that you're new to the membership, but you're buying in and supporting what we do here. Guys, keep smashing the like button. Keep doing it. Let's get to 200 likes. We're almost there. No, that you don't like it on PS5 due to performance. Oh, saying it's not optimized, then saying it's the hardware on Microsoft's side, not the devs, as in reality. It's both, not just on one side. Listen, if they think I'm being inconsistent when I say that Black Myth Wukong is poorly optimized, but the Series S is a problem, it's not my fault that they're too stupid to know what nuance is. There are tons of poorly optimized games that hit the market all of the time. The Series S makes that problem worse. I'm sorry that they lack intelligence and apparently dropped out of high school and can't understand that. You know, it's like if you and I are both trying to put a U-Haul on the back of our car and it's really, really heavy, right? And your car is weaker than my car, your car's gonna make the situation worse, right? Wow, I got into the city faster than you. Yeah, well, it's because it's so heavy. No, it's because your car sucks. Your car's weaker, bro. We're both pulling the same amount of weight. So if we're both trying to play the same poorly optimized game and you're on the Series S and I'm on the PS5 Pro, then your Series S is the problem. The poorly optimized game is hitting the platforms that it's hitting, and it's having its issues, but at least it's there. Like, there are poorly optimized games everywhere. This is standard in the industry now. It's frustrating. It sucks. I've been very critical. I've been extremely critical of what they did with Black Myth Wukong on the PlayStation. But to act like that's then your scapegoat, to just ignore the fact that the Series S has been a significant causality in games coming to Xbox late, you're delusional. You're delusional. Listen to these quotes. Look at these quotes. Look at this. Bringing Dune Awakening to the Xbox Series S will be a challenge, according to Funcom. Dying Light 2 dev says Xbox Series S GPU holds it back from 60. Many studios are struggling with the Xbox Series S requirements, claims developer. Developer suggests the Xbox Series S may struggle to keep up with AAA game demands. Remedy says the Xbox Series X optimization is nowhere near as simple as lowering resolution and textures. id Software devs express their concerns over the Xbox Series S hardware specs, memory situation, not easy to compensate. Rocksteady dev calls the Xbox Series S a potato while defending Gotham Knights at 30 FPS. Baldur's Gate 3 Xbox Series S issues are being ironed out right now, very close. Xbox Series S RAM, not an issue, but GPU performance presents challenges for future games. But sure, Jan, it's the devs' fault. Sure. Street Shadow with a $5 super chat. Question I have for people who say Sony paid for this. Why didn't they market Black Myth Wukong accordingly? Sony has never missed a chance to market an exclusive. It's the worst secret exclusivity deal in the history of secret exclusivity deals, if there is one. You know what I'm saying? It's the worst deal ever. They didn't market it. They didn't claim it as an exclusive. And it doesn't run well on the PlayStation. The situation is so easy. It's just easy. It's pedestrian. A second grader could figure this out. The developers were struggling to optimize a game in the Unreal Engine 5 for console. And the Series S walks in the room and goes, "My name's Jeff." And they're like, "Well, we're not going to be able to do that." And PlayStation says, "Well, we'll help you." So naturally, that creates a prioritization of one platform over another. It's that simple. That's what happened. And you don't get to like slice it and be like, well, the Series S has nothing to do with this. It's on the devs. And it's like, that is quite literally a Neanderthalic simpleton way of looking at it. Like, well, yeah, all this has been happening in the industry and all these games have been coming out late and your Xbox first-party studios games come late and at 30 FPS. But sure, in this specific instance, somehow the Series S is not a factor. All we talk about is the Series S. Why? It's irrelevant. I mean, somebody brought it up. And they're out here angry about me. I'm sure I'm getting clipped and put in videos claiming that I'm being inconsistent because I've been very critical of Black Myth Wukong being poorly optimized. And they're claiming, well, that's why it's not on the S. No. Both things can be true. It can be a poorly optimized game that the devs struggled to get running well. And the Series S is the reason that you don't have it on Xbox. Both things can be true. They're not mutually exclusive claims. They might have to Google what that means. So maybe I should use smaller words. They're not mutually exclusive words, ideas, or claims. They're not. They both can be true. Sony has a culture of helping devs. Not only do they have a culture of helping devs, we heard last year from multiple developers that getting a response from Xbox is really difficult. It takes a long time. When we found out about Anatria coming late, there was another game that said they were coming late, and they said they couldn't get a response from Xbox. So, I'll quote the Forbes blogger, take it up with Microsoft if you're frustrated by this. Eugene says, even if it was optimized well, it wouldn't run on the S. Yeah, that's the other issue is the memory constraint doesn't go away. Even if the game becomes well optimized, the memory constraint is still an issue. The memory constraint's still an issue, regardless of whether or not it's a well optimized game. That's what they keep missing. It's like, in my analogy with the cars, it's like no matter what you do, your car is weaker. So when it comes to carrying something heavy, you're just not going to be as good at it. And that's what the Series S is. Can you imagine trying to put a game on a platform and the platform won't answer your calls? This all stems back. Listen, the Series S is part of the subject, and the reason it's part of the subject is because GTA 6 is part of the subject. Everybody wants to know. It came up in a Take-Two. It came up in a Take-Two earnings call. That's how well known these issues are. You can try to minimize it. You can try to clip me out of context and twist my words, or you can try to fanboy. You know what I'm saying? You can try to salt farm my clips. It doesn't change reality. You can salt farm me for the next decade. The truth is the truth. And the fact of the matter is the Series S is so known as a weaker system that the dadgum thing came up in a Take-Two earnings call. I really want you to think about that. The CEO of one of the biggest publishers in the world was asked, are you guys going to be able to get this thing to run on the Series S? I mean, I just take a second and think about what that means. That means as publishers and developers are forecasting and planning to make bigger and better and more expansive, more innovative games, the Series S is a part of the equation. It's a part of the conversation. That's what Xbox did to themselves this gen. The Series S has half the RAM of a Steam Deck. Yeah. People are like, well, these games are running on the Steam Deck. And it's like, yeah, the Steam Deck has more RAM. That should really make you wonder what's going on. Rockstar has 14 posts on Instagram. Maybe Trailer 2 will be on the 14th. Listen to me. Maybe. Maybe, bro. Listen, they control us. They can. They are totally allowed to troll us. We're going to let them because it's just GTA 6 is too big of a game. They're going to be able to troll us about it. We're all going to be anxiously awaiting and potentially doing another waiting room on the 14th. We all know it. We all know they can do it. This is what I'm going to say to you about this, all right? If you're looking for GTA 6 Trailer 2, they're pulling more shenanigans on Instagram. And this is what our commitment should be. Let's just have fun with it. I mean that. Let's just have fun with it. Let's not get bitter and angry and grouchy. Let's just have fun with it. If they're going to play with us, why don't we play with them? Seriously, let's just make it fun and not make it like bitter, angry gamer thing. Like, we can all corral around their breadcrumbs and their trolls and their goofiness, and we can just have fun with it, okay? Because the truth of the matter is, when the trailer drops, it'll be a couple minutes long, you'll watch it a handful of times, and then that'll be the end of it. The journey to this game, the journey to the GTA 6 release date, I think we can just have fun with it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of worrying about like when it lands and how much they show us and blah, 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 we can just have fun on the journey there. Sometimes the anticipation of a game is as fun as the game itself. Like, we had so much fun over the years picking apart trailers of Elden Ring and waiting for more information on X game or this game or that game. I think we should just aim at having fun in the anticipation instead of being like grouchy about it, you know? I think that's what we should do. Black Myth requires 16 as a minimum. Well, our friend of the show, Doc Dark, showed that Indiana Jones on Steam, its minimum memory requirement is also 16. And he's like, we've got ammo. No, you don't. The problem is, Doc, that's a first-party studio. So they don't have the option. They have to get it to run on the S. So that was probably priority one when building the game. Priority one when building a game like Black Myth Wukong was likely PC, as is evidenced by the game's optimization and their switch to UE5. So no, you don't have ammo. You have evidence of a game that had its priorities centered around the platform that owns it versus a game that doesn't. All you have ammunition for, Doc, I hope he's in chat, all you have ammunition for is third-party developers are going to be less inclined to do this, and first-party developers have to. They have to. Say my name and I appear. There he is! There he is. Yeah, Doc, you don't have ammo. You've got ammo that's pointing back at you, brother. If you run with that, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help you. No, seriously. All you're going to prove is that first-party developers are going to prioritize Series S because they have to. Third-party developers are not. That's what you're going to prove if you run with that. Well, yeah, Indiana Jones has got minimum 16 gig required on PC. They figured it out. They're a first-party studio. Of course they did. Of course they did. What do you think everybody else is going to do? Stalker requires 16 as well. Yeah, there you go. Stalker had an exclusivity deal with Xbox, so they prioritized the Series S. Tell me how well it runs in the Series S. Yeah, it doesn't. I've not seen the reports. I'm pretty sure Stalker 2, I mean, it had performance issues on the Series X, for crying out loud. I don't know how well Stalker 2 is running on the S. That sounds like a developer problem again. All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let's just change the dialogue, shall we? You're right. It's the developer's fault. Good luck getting games. You're right. You're right. Hey, Bleed Green podcasts of the world, fan fiction writers of the world, you're right. It's the developer's fault. Good luck getting games from them. Do it. Blame them all. Blame Larian. Blame Game Science. Blame the Anatria devs. Blame the devs. Do it. Hashtag blame the devs. Go for it. Just do it. Do a parade. Call the mayor. Call your senator. And be like, can we do a parade downtown where we all get together and blame the devs? Do it. I hope you're successful. Because all you're going to do is tell devs, you know what we should do? We should just make games for the PlayStation first. And PC. And screw that platform. Screw them. If all we're going to do is see headlines blaming us and podcasts blaming us and YouTube videos blaming us, fine. Blame us. And we'll just go somewhere else. We'll take our ball and we'll go home. You know? Apparently Larian's bad. He blamed himself. We don't have the experience. Yeah, you're right, Doc. You're right. He said that the memory is so limited over here, we would have to have a couple more years of experience optimizing. That sounds great. That sounds awesome. I wonder what indie devs and AA devs think when they hear that. Man, one of the games nominated for Game of the Year, one of the highest selling games of 2024, basically said we would need more years of experience optimizing to build a game for the Series S. That's a great commercial for the Series S, isn't it? You can't win. You can't win. There's no way to win. If you blame the devs, if you don't blame the devs, this is a loss. It's a loss for Xbox. It's a loss for the Xbox fanboys. It is. You can't win. You lose. You lose. You lose no matter what. If anybody concedes and says, yeah, you're right, blame the devs, you lose. You lose. No one's going to want to make games for you. They're not experienced enough. Well, what do you think they're going to prioritize? You think they're going to prioritize like what? Putting on a training seminar for the Series S, or just moving on and making games for other platforms? What do you think they're going to do? You think they're going to prioritize getting their game to market or training their devs on your dadgum bottlenecked potato? Indie devs have made games for the S. Stop believing it, Lono. You know the truth now. It's a lose regardless, but it's not on the S. If there's anything I will always respect about you, Doc, it is your tenacity. You just, man, it's respectable. It's respectable, bro. At least you do it with a smile on your face and a twinkle in your eye. These guys out here, bro, they're hurting, Doc. You got to help them, man. They're hurting. They're hurting, bro. This has got them hurt. It's got them hurt deep in their soul. What Eugene said, if I build a house and I build the door frames a little small and some furniture fits through the door and some doesn't, is it the furniture maker's fault for it not fitting? Microsoft may bring all their big games to PS5, an analyst says. That analyst is late to the party. Give me that analyst job. I can have their job. I said that a year and a half ago. Going into 2025, some analyst is like, well, it appears they may put all their big games over there on the PlayStation. Where have you been, old man? We've been saying that for a while. Welcome to the party, pal. What I'm hearing is that the Series S is the new cell processor. I don't get the joke. The vast majority of games won't miss the Series S, but some will. The question is, why put yourself in that position to begin with? Strange Love, here's the thing. You say the vast majority of games won't miss the S. For how long? For how long? Seriously, think about it. Every console up to now. Track with me now. Everybody lock in. Everybody hit the like button and celebrate your membership renewals or gift or super chat. Do all that right now and then lock in. All right, listen. PlayStation 3 cell processor. Yeah, that's before my time of doing game analysis and commentary. All right. Every console in the history of consoles has an expiration date. It eventually slides off the slant of technological advancement, right? Tech's advancing like this, and eventually something gets so weak it just slides off. The PlayStation 4 has slid off. First-party PlayStation studios are no longer making games for the PS4, and going forward, PlayStation's going to say, we don't want you making games for PS4. We need PS5 Pro enhancements. What does that do? The slant of tech advancements, the PS4 slides off, all right? I want you to picture the current ramp that we're on. At the top of the ramp, you've got really high-end PCs that are always coming out. 5090, 6090, 7090, all the way out, right? And then beneath all of the PC stuff, the high-end PC stuff, you've got the PS5 Pro, then you've got the PS5 and the Series X, and then you've got the Xbox Series S, and then you have the Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Switch 1 is about to slide off. Nintendo Switch 2 is right around the corner, so the Nintendo Switch 1 is going to slide off. Just how long do you think the Series S can hold on? How long? Games are in development right now. Production companies, development companies, publishing companies right now are scoping out projects and games, and they're scoping out, new technology, new innovation. Just how long do you think the Series S can hold on when the biggest game to come out in the last decade, the biggest game to come out this year, the CEO of the publisher was posed a question about the Series S? How long do you think it can hold on? It's in the discussion right now about Well, are you guys going to have issues with your game on the Series S? So that means any game that's not in production yet or is in the very early stages of scoping out production, they're looking at the Series S and they're thinking the same thing. What are we going to do with that? While they're thinking about that, they're seeing reports that Xbox console sales are going down year over year every single month. You're seeing Xbox say, you don't need to buy an Xbox. This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. Like, everything's an Xbox now. Okay? So in the midst of all of that, if a publisher or a developer is scoping out their project, you have to ask that question. How long is the Series S going to last as a eventually you're just going to have companies saying it just isn't worth it. It'll hold our game back. It'll hold innovation back. It'll hold features back. And there's not even that many of them. And they don't even buy lots of games. Like, their game sales are always pretty poor. They'll have a hard choice about series parity. Oh no, I think that's a mistake to even think about that too. It's not it's not even a matter of like, oh well, they'll be able to. They'll let people drop parity. Nope. No. That's not even going to be a part of the discussion. The discussion will be, should we skip Xbox entirely? That'll be the question. The question won't be, will you let us drop feature parity so we can make a stripped down, lesser version of our game? How many developers do you think want to do that? GTA 6 was asked this question. GTA 6, is you got Strauss Zelnick during an earnings call. He gets posed this question. It's like, yo, everybody kind of knows that this thing is an issue. This was November the 6th, by the way. This is another reason that I think GTA 6 release date is going to make it in 2025, because that's November. That's not even that long ago, and he's stressing and reiterating that the date has not slipped, and they're confident in the date. And then he gets, hey, what about the Series S? Are you guys going to have any issues? And he won't even directly say anything about the Series S. It's a very corporate answer. He says, look, we support the platforms where the consumers are for as long as they're there, and we find a way to support platforms despite different levels of tech. Our labels are really good at that. I'm not really worried. His confidence is in his developers. His confidence is in, hey, we're good at dealing with different levels of tech. When he says this, supporting platforms of different levels of tech, he is 100% acknowledging that the Series S is weaker, that it's an issue that they have to deal with. New to the channel, just found out about it 3 days ago. Great little community. I appreciate that. Thank you, Stream Jesus. I had to make sure that you weren't like an alt account. We are confident we can install it on the S. We aren't sure about it running yet. Right. He didn't say, that statement's been largely misrepresented. He didn't say there was no issues. And Banshee, with 20 months of Member Plus, Forbes report Lono has signed an exclusivity deal with Heinz to only eat ketchup with his well-done steaks for the next 12 months. Thank you very much. 567 members on the week, so close to the stretch goal. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, do it. We need 40 more likes. 40 more. Less NPCs and dense stuff. Less cars, less complicated AI. How long do you predict until they announce support for PS4 altogether? Dropping support? When you say dropping support, what do you mean? They won't just stop supporting it. They'll shut down the store, but that'll be forever from now. It takes a long time before they shut down those digital stores. There's 60-something million people still on PS4s right now, and they're still playing Warzone. What's wrong with the well-done steak? Everything, you troll. Everything. If you guys are enjoying the show, Also, remember to hit subscribe so you can talk in the chat. Those of you who are already subscribed, do me a favor. Check your notification bell. A bunch of people realized their notification bell suddenly said personalized instead of all. So if you want to get all my notifications, check that bell. Doc, you have ammo that's aiming back at you. Did you like that, Omar? You like a well-done steak with ketchup? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's. I'm amazed you can put gas in your car if you're that stupid. Is there still even 3G cellular support in the U.S.? I can't imagine any of those early iPhones would work anymore. Their Wi-Fi might work, and that'd probably be about it, right? What if GTA 6 is digital only? Wouldn't that send a message to the industry? There is no way that GTA 6 will be digital only. I am being told by one of my reliable sources here that PlayStation engineers are helping Rockstar with optimization on the PS5 and the Pro. This is coming from the same person who knew about PlayStation engineers helping with Black Myth Wukong. I subscribed 3 days ago and my bell indeed changed. I changed it back. I'm not sure why that's happening, especially if you literally just subscribe. That is so weird. Don't forget that Kingdom Come Deliverance devs said they lowered the scope of the game because of the Series S. That tells you everything. Yeah, the commentary around the S, it's to the point where there are people who have admitted it's an issue, and then there are the liars. Like, that's basically the two camps. I mean, that's just it. There's no reason to be nice about it. There just isn't. Ask them why Xbox privated their own video. Xbox had a marketing video about the Series X and S that made all these grand promises that didn't come to be true. Why did they set that video to private? I don't know about you, but in the grand scheme of things, when videos get set to private or disappear, it's probably because they're problematic and they need to go away. Do you have a hard copy of Fortnite? I'm kicking myself for not buying one day one. Okay. I didn't even know you could buy physical copies of Fortnite back in the day. There will definitely be physical copies of Grand Theft Auto 6. There will definitely be. There is no way they do digital only. I'm imagining they're going to have GTA 6 collector's editions and all sorts of stuff. There is zero chance this game goes digital only. They'll make a bundle. I mean, they're going to make a bundle. The analysis that I put in the beginning of this video is that GTA 6 is going to make $1 billion just on pre-orders alone. Just on pre-orders alone, they're going to make like $1 billion. You can't play Intergalactic on PC? No, it'll be a PlayStation exclusive. It'll end up on PC, I would imagine, years later, but collector's edition, $900. Steel books. Oh yeah, they'll do the works. They'll do the works. This is a big title, dude. This is a big title. They'll make a ton of money off collector's editions and physical media and all sorts of stuff. I have a feeling the Wukong publishers wanted to sell as many copies as possible before allowing Xbox to be put on Game Pass. I'm not sure what you mean. That sentence doesn't make any sense. They're not going to put it on. I don't think they're going to put it on Game Pass. There's been no indication there's even a deal there. There was at least 8 developers who literally expressed concerns with the S prior to the hardware limitation being more widely known. You know something's going on when the id Software guys, the guys that make Doom, I always call them ID Software, but I guess it's id Software. id Software guys, these are like lead engine guys that were saying it was going to be an issue. All those tweets disappeared after they got acquired. Gee, I wonder why. They were probably told to get rid of them. Oh, you were being funny talking to a PC guy about PlayStation. Oh, okay. They project $3 billion all in. That was reported by VGC. $3 billion, what was it, in the first year or something? It's going to be $1 billion just from pre-orders, $3 billion from the first year. It's going to double what GTA 5 did in the same time period is what they're predicting. They should just charge for the base game at $150. They know people would. Nah, there's a breaking point, I think, where if you put the price too high, people would not. That's really expensive. I'd hope to trigger you with that comment. I only ticked off your chat, and now I'm a disgrace to this community. Well, Banshee, that's what you get for saying something so terrible. I mean, you want to put blasphemy in your renewal messages. That's on you, dude. That's what I mean. Aren't all games now required on Game Pass? No. No. That's not true. Xbox does not require you to come on, to go on Game Pass. There has been some narrative from some developers that it's hard to be successful on Xbox if you don't go on Game Pass because of how the marketing works, how positioning on the platform works, how the consumer base behaves. I mean, I don't think it's outlandish to say that if you're not on Game Pass, you probably struggle to get people to pay attention to you over there because it became very, very part and parcel to how that community interacted with games. You can't brag for months and months and months about how, like, you know, we don't have to pay for games, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, you have games say, it's hard to do well over there if you're not on Game Pass. By the way, if you're tuning in and finding this stream and you're looking for GTA 6 information, we're going to do regular streams Monday through Friday. Sometimes GTA 6 will be included in the lineup and the discussion. Sometimes it won't. Consider hitting subscribe. Make sure your bell button's set to all and not personalized. And once you subscribe, you can talk in my chat. You do not have to be a paying member to talk in my chat. If you decide to support the channel directly with a paid membership, pick Member Plus. It's $6. And it gets you into the second half of my channel. There's an entire other half of my channel that you get access to. A morning coffee segment, afternoon segments, a Friday night segment where I stream with my wife. So consider supporting the content directly. If you can't do that, then you're going to want to hang out here as often as you can because there's a lot of gifted members. Thanks for checking out my video on Halo Doom crossover. Yeah, I appreciated it. I'm telling you, isn't that a heartbreaker, Kevin? I actually wonder, though, I do wonder if the success of Season 1 will make Microsoft revisit it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wonder if they'll revisit it because that's devastating to think that, like, especially if you watch the Space Marine episode, can you imagine a Halo Doom episode? Oh, my word. If you guys didn't see Kevin's video on it, he's in chat. Kevin Cool X is the name of the channel, and he's in a similar hemisphere to us. Hey, I hope you hit 50K this year. He's at 40K subscribers. We just hit 50K. We were grinding all year last year for it. Check out his video about the Halo Doom crossover getting rejected. Also, I reported on this morning. They were begging to do a Half-Life episode, and they got told no. So it's not just Halo Doom. It's not just Halo Doom. They were wanting to do a Half-Life episode as well, so that'll be great if they can maybe do some negotiation and say, hey man, Season 1 did really well, we're doing Season 2, come on now. Doom Guy and Master Chief would break. What I love about it is that they're both under the same ownership now, and they both are kind of like from that era of the silent brute in the green armor killing the baddies. Like, I don't know. I think it could be really, really fun, especially if they sort of they could even do kind of like the Spider-Man meme where like they look at each other and they look each other up and down, and it's kind of like, wait a minute. We're looking a little similar here, you know? I'm not sure why this guy is spamming this. Let's put him in timeout and see if he can figure it out. I already read that. Let's see here. Microsoft will double down on their stupid decision. That's what they're good at. I think Kevin opens up his video and he's like, can we just not have anything good with Halo? And it's like, with how poorly the show did, I wonder if that was maybe part of the decision, is they didn't want those comparisons out there. Like, well, Secret Level made a good Halo show and you guys didn't. maybe they're trying to avoid those comparisons or something. I'm not sure. The way that Halo was handled for the television show, I readily think that maybe Microsoft was worried about that. Were they worried that they were going to run the risk of people saying, "Hey, man, you guys really dropped the ball. Like, this is how you do Halo. This is how you do Halo. These guys did Halo right." I mean, that maybe they're trying to avoid that comparison. It's always possible. In the grand scheme of things, we also thought maybe that they were avoiding the comparisons with Uncharted with Indiana Jones. Like we all thought like maybe that's why they didn't want to do. Maybe that's why they didn't want to do third person in Indy. You don't want those blatant comparisons made because it can lead to people being kind of toxic, and then your brand is like further sullied, It was Paramount, not Xbox, that made the TV series. It doesn't matter, though. Nobody thinks like that. Do you think anybody thinks like, do you think anybody's thinking that? They're like, yeah, man, Halo is bad and it's Paramount's fault. You're thinking that because you're like on YouTube and you're like super plugged in and you know what's going on. The average person probably thought like, dadgummit Xbox, what the frick was that crap? Like I would say that the average person has no clue that there is that level of nuance of difference, between who made it and who didn't. If that makes sense. Like, yeah, obviously you know that, you think that, but I don't know if the average consumer watched that show and thought, yeah, man, that's stinking Paramount. I think most people probably thought, why'd you even let this happen? It's your IP, it's your stuff. Like, if the Last of Us TV show was garbage and terrible and it was a failure, I don't think people would have been like, well, who directed it? Oh, HBO. They'd be like, yo, PlayStation, why'd you let this happen? It was like when The Last of Us Part 1 ported to PC and it was so terrible. It was like, I laid that at Sony and Naughty Dog's feet. Well, they Iron Galaxy, brr. It's like, that's your IP. You should have protected it. You should have protected Halo. I think that Microsoft, sadly, doesn't have the reverence for Halo that they should, given that it's one of their more iconic franchises that you can see with how they treated 343. You can see with how they treated the TV show. There's no reverence there. Do you have any doubt in your mind that like PlayStation was very, very much involved, as well as Naughty Dog, to ensure that the Last of Us show was of an excellent quality and that it represented the IP well? And then they made the mistake. PlayStation made the mistake of wanting to capitalize, and they wanted that port on PC out to coincide with the TV show, and it was a terrible port. Like, every company can make those mistakes, but good golly, like the way that Halo's been treated has just been terrible. It really has. If you guys found this video and you're looking for GTA 6 stuff, there was an interview with Strauss Zelnick where he said it'll be worth the wait. He says it's going to be extraordinary. They're very, very confident in the game. He did an interview with the Financial Times. Financial Times is predicting they're going to make $1 billion just from the pre-orders. There's also new shenanigans on Instagram. They're now limiting their posts on Instagram to 14. So there's now people thinking that January 14th will be when we get the GTA 6 trailer too. We will likely do a waiting room and goof around and have fun with it that day because everybody's likely going to be looking for it that day. Druckmann helped write it. It's such an example of the differences between the companies and how they treat their breadwinners. Is The Last of Us on PC good now? Yes, I believe they fixed almost all of the issues. The Last of Us on Steam. Let's see here. View the page. It's got a 76 overall. In the last 30 days, it has a 92%. So yes, I would say they've turned it around. A 92% on Steam out of 2,500 reviews. That's a pretty strong testimony to the quality of the work now. So it's just an excellent game. If you haven't played that or Part 2 Remastered, Part 2 Remastered is landing in April. So you've got time. You've got time to get Part 1 and enjoy it. I think it's beautiful. I think it's amazing. Don't believe the hate around this game. This game is immaculately made. I was very skeptical going in about some of their decisions. I was very worried going in, and it's one of my favorite games. I absolutely loved it. So I went in as a skeptic. I went in concerned, and I came out on the other end and I thought it was amazing. So, yeah. Could we get 6 more likes on the video? You guys are crushing it. Let's get to 300 likes. And by the way, when you are a member to this channel, you can use the question command and have your question featured in the video. It ends up on the screen. So don't forget, you guys can do that all throughout the stream. You can ask about any of the main stories, whether it's GTA 6, whether it's the Helldivers 2 CCO remarks. He remarked on balance. He remarked on DEI. We also had bold decisions about the Halo Doom thing. So there's all sorts of things going on in gaming news that you can ask me about. Yeah, the Ghost of Tsushima port was good. The Last of Us Part 1 port was very abnormal for a PlayStation port. Their ports have traditionally been very, very good. Horizon Zero Dawn had some issues. Those have been resolved. Days Gone, very solid port. Got both God of Wars, very solid. Horizon Forbidden West, very solid. Returnal, Ratchet and Clank. Their ports are traditionally very, very solid. And Wired Rope gifts 5 members and stokes that member count just a little bit and says, welcome on in. We're super close to the stretch goal for the week. We'll do some Helldivers PvP tonight with members. Don't forget, if you're a member, there's all these extra segments and things that happen on the channel, and you get access to that for an entire month. And then we hope if you enjoy it, you decide to pick up your own membership. And when you do, make sure you pick Member Plus. Thank you, Wired Rope. If Nixus touches it, you're in good hands. Nixus can only do so much, though, you know? Yeah, their cadence of ports, you know, if they're the only ones doing ports, I mean, they're gonna be very busy for the next forever. Ghost port on PC is great. I was told by a friend that he couldn't put it down. Days Gone was amazing. Favorite zombie story ever. Helldivers, that's right. I don't think Hilly's going to be around tonight, though. Grumpy Exile gifts a single member and bumps the line to 73. I bet you he's going to do a couple more, but he's not going to get a chance to because a 5-bomb comes in from Gambit Zero and takes us to 578. Grumpy, you can still do it. The spirit of Stone Spire is alive and well. You guys like to bump the line with singles and tempt those big, huge member bombs, and 2 more to get to 580. Somebody get their trigger finger ready. Dunk it home. Glad I have to wait at least a year to see if a game I want to play has a great port instead to get to play it awesome day one on my Pro. Yeah, that's an advantage. And there goes Grumpy. There goes Grumpy. I told you he was going to do it. 579. 579 PvP. Yeah, we do our own little goofy PvP games in Helldivers. It's hilarious. There it is. 580. Who's got the itchy trigger finger for the 20 bomb? We'll see if anybody takes the bait. There's all sorts of fun things you can do in Helldivers. You can turn the HUD off and play hide and go seek. You can do what we call stratagem standoff, where you face off and I shoot my gun, and when I do that, you each can call in a stratagem and try to get it to fall on each other. Like, I mean the actual, like, pod, not the bombs. Like a supply drop. You're trying to get that to crush them. It's fun. Yeah. Grumpy Exile says, come on, guys. Thank you, Grumpy. I appreciate it. And this is what you can do whenever you're a member. You can submit a question in chat, and I can put it right here. And you can see how Ashen did that. If you look in the chat, Ashen Hollow typed question. How would you redesign war bonds to make them less overwhelming? Well, first and foremost, I would make them smaller so that you can like see them to pick which one you want to go into. The second thing I would do is, once a war bond is 6 months old, I would just make all the items in it free. I think it gets to the point where it's like, I understand people would be upset, like, hey, I had to earn all those. That's not fair. But the problem is if somebody buys that, I don't mean free as in like they don't have to buy it with the super credits. The premium war bond would still cost currency, but the items themselves would not cost medals. Because right now, let's say for their 1 year anniversary, they do some big push, some new big thing. Oh, this is awesome. No, Helldivers did not get a secret level episode. And they get a bunch of returning players or new players to come in. The onboarding's terrible. You just have pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of war bonds, and you're never going to earn enough medals to get them all. You just aren't. I think that's a big turnoff to a new player or a returning player. It's like, well, I'm never going to get all this stuff. It's too much of a good thing. It's too much of a good thing. You when you do that, you make people feel like, well, I'm never, ever, ever going to get enough of these war bonds. I'm never going to have enough. So that'd be my recommendation is after so much time, the war bonds just have to become the medals, not the premium currency. They just have to become free. I should be able to boot up the game right now and go to some of those older war bonds and just get all that stuff to try out and play with. Helldivers was in secret level. It didn't get its own episode though. It was just in that like commercial episode that they did. That's like everybody's least favorite episode. Played Helldivers 2 the other day and it was frustrating. A bunch of my crap got deleted and I could only use the first warbond page. What? That's really weird. They're now locking stratagems behind bonds. When I logged in, they said I unlocked a bunch and then they were not there. Are you talking about the medals? You can only get so many medals. Once you get to, what is it, like 250, you stop earning the medals. So that's why you want to log in regularly. You want to log in regularly and get your medals and spend them so that you don't hit that cap. My beef is there being way to demo or try the guns in like a firing range on the ship. You may not even like the gun that you're trying to unlock. I think that's a fair request, but at the same time, I also think it's okay to have the element of like, here's the stuff, earn the stuff, and you may or may not like it. I think that's kind of true of any game. Like, you don't know that you like a weapon in Destiny that you're grinding for and you want it to drop, or you're grinding for a weapon in Borderlands or whatever. You don't know until you get it whether or not you're going to like it or it's strong enough or good or works with your build. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I spend my medals every time. Yeah, I always try to boot up on I probably haven't booted up in a while. I'll probably hit the cap tonight when I open up the game. I think I'm finally finished with the first official war bond that came with the game's release. I agree, says Ashton, or at least some of the more meta-defining things. Perhaps have a war bond bundle. I do think war bonds are great value. They're just overwhelming. Well, I got a lot of pushback on this when they said they were going to be doing a new war bond in Helldivers once a month, and I told you guys, I said, that's too much. You can't. That'll be unbelievable. Remember, I was like, you guys are going to get 12 months into this game and you're going to expect somebody to open up the game for the first time ever, or a returning player, and they're going to have 12 war bonds to scroll through? Nobody's going to want to do that. Imagine any other live service game doing that. Like, I get wanting to combat FOMO. I get wanting to have battle passes, or that's essentially what war bonds are. I get wanting them to always be around. But homie, can you imagine trying to get your friend into a live service game like Destiny or even Helldivers after so long, and there's just an ocean of battle passes for them to scroll through? They'd be like, huh? I'm like, I'm never going to get any of this. What is this? Yo, it's good, Melrose Mike. They have to figure it out. I don't quite know how they would do it other than what I'm saying. Is after so long, you just have to either retire it and just give everybody the items, you know? Like maybe you go into your armory and they have the war bonds in there that have been retired. And it's like, yeah, here's all the guns that you just automatically get now because we had to get rid of it. Like you can't just leave them in there for forever. What are you going to do in 2 years, 3 years? What are you going to do? You're just going to have like 20-something war bonds to scroll through? You know, there's got to be new player or returning player onboarding. I think every live service game has to consider that. They have to consider that. Do you have a rough idea on when GTA 6 Trailer 2 will be released? And if so, will pre-orders and an exact release date be revealed? By the way, great stream. I appreciate that, Greg. Here's what I think. All right, I'll give you my prediction here. I think the January 14th trailer date is actually a pretty good date. It's a Tuesday. It's a couple of weeks before their earnings calls, so it could really get all the traction, all the views, really get the public hyped, and it could reveal the release date. Or at least we would go from the first trailer saying 2025, the second trailer would say fall of 2025, which would then make their earnings call be really good. They would then be reaffirming to their shareholders, yep, it's coming in the fall. We just released our second trailer. Pre-orders will begin on this date. You know, there's an analyst that has predicted $1 billion from pre-orders alone for GTA 6. And then I would say they would announce the release date in the summer. You know, they'd come out in the summer and announce the release date. One of the big selling points for the war bonds is that they don't expire. Hey, Kale, with a member plus, bumps the member line by 1. Thank you, Kale. Got your coffee order this morning. Appreciate you. I know that's one of the biggest selling points, Corey, but what are you going to do after a year? What are you going to do after a year? You've either got to put them somewhere as retired, and if you want to grind them, you can, or you can just opt to just have all the items put into your armory. Be like, yeah, I don't want to grind that. You know, in the middle of this year, if someone comes into the game because they do something really big, new, and exciting, or they do some kind of turnaround thing or a 2.0 moment or a bunch of new great content, do you think somebody coming into the game is going to be like, yeah, I can't wait to grind through this absolute mountain of war bonds? Did someone say mountain? I mean it. I think you've got to consider that. You have to consider that because you're not wrong, but at the same time, at what point does it stop mattering? Is somebody going to be like, hey, that 17-month-old war bond better still be available? Why? Why do you care after that much time? Or at the very least, just take my suggestion and separate the war bonds and say, these are now war bonds that are just free. You do have to spend the currency to get the premium, but all the items in them would just be free. Here's all the items. You know, this war bond is 6 months old, 8 months old, whatever. Unlocking new guns exclusively from war bonds just got old. Who's unlocking everything? You just unlock the things you want. But you can't do that, Mule. And if something's on page 3 or 4, you can't just unlock whatever you want. You don't buy everything in Argos magazine, do you? Is Argos overwhelming? I don't know. Just peruse it. I think your assessment of the behavior in live service games is not very good. The player behavior in live service games is one where they go after all of the things. The entire reason that you have the war bonds around and no FOMO is so that people can go after all of the things. Summer would be good for a GTA 6 with pre-orders and stuff. Then they could start showing me stuff like gameplay, the world, weapons, different characters, maybe even returning characters. Yeah, I think that the GTA 6 trailer 2 is going to need to show. I mean, we didn't really get it in the first one. We got a rough idea of what the game might look like, but we do need some GTA 6 gameplay. I think so. Hey, Aaron Crabtree jumps back in as a Member Plus. Whenever you guys are on Member Plus or VIP, it counts toward that weekly goal total. So make sure you're always celebrating those. And when you upgrade to Member Plus or VIP, or if you sign up brand new, Member pluses and VIPs, when their upgrades are new, they count as 2 in the goal. We appreciate everybody that's been doing that. They're optional, but you feel incentivized to grind the war bonds because that's the only place that you get them. It's also the only thing that you're really doing in the game. If anything, take off the need to use X number of medals to advance to the next page. I mean, maybe after so long they could take that restriction away, Hellstorm, so that people could go in and cherry pick what they want, or at the very least, you could give people the option to not just do that, but also you could give them the option to have the price go down significantly, right? If the price goes down significantly of the medals, then you could plow through a war bond much quicker. Instead of being like, well, this item's 30 and 80 and 50, make them all like, I don't know, 5 or something like that. I mean, you're trying to solve a problem that at this point in time, maybe they don't realize is a problem. Maybe they don't feel it's a problem, but I think it'll be a problem. I think you're going to get a bounce rate on returning players. Maybe not now because it's still within like that first year, but I think once you get beyond the first year, you've got to do something to make a returning player or a new player not feel like they're swimming in an ocean that they don't want to be in. You suggest making it free after a set time, as in no longer cost medals. Does that make it less overwhelming, or the tiers are the wall? It's one or the other or both, Mule. You know what I mean? It's one of the other or both. No, I don't want to charge people money to complete the battle pass. I don't think that's a good idea. It's one or the other or both. Just put yourself in the mindset of a brand new player. And imagine going to that page and being like, oh, this is all the stuff I can unlock. And you scroll, 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 and you scroll. And you're like, oh my gosh. I'll give you an example from my own life. They treated Deep Rock Galactic this way. So when I booted up Deep Rock Galactic with my my wife, and then the one day I was playing with my kiddo, I did that. I scrolled through all of their, battle passes. And I'll be honest with you, it was just too much. It was too much. It was like, I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. So you can, I think the intention is good, but I think somebody needs to come up with like an innovative way to approach it. You need an innovative way to approach it, because if you don't, I think you're just going to continue to have something that's sort of well-intended work against its aims. I'm a brand new player, and it makes me not want to play due to all the war bonds, and the only way to get better guns and gear is through the bonds. I don't like that at all. Do you know of any GTA glitches on the PS4? No, I do not. When is it out? If you're asking about GTA 6 or the GTA 6 trailer 2, at this point in time, the next viable date for the GTA 6 trailer is January the 14th. I hope they don't add choices in GTA. What do you mean? I accidentally bought Helldivers and would like to play it, but it seems too overwhelming. Yeah. I think their intentions are admirable. Telling people, we're never going to make this stuff go away. We don't want to do FOMO. That's great. I don't think they should run in the opposite direction of that. I don't think they should run away and start doing something that would then bring about FOMO, right? But they're creating something else. Instead of fear of missing out, they're creating an engagement paralysis. I think those are opposite ends of the spectrum, right? There's fear of missing out that like drives people to play in an unhealthy or frustrating way, and sometimes people will respond negatively to fear of missing out. On the other end of the spectrum, there's engagement paralysis. You're just going to look at everything like, my wife experienced that with Destiny 2 when we had her playing Destiny 2 brand new. That you just feel paralysis. It's like, I don't even know what to click on. It's like whenever you go through like a mobile game on your iPad and it's like, click here, make this donut. Okay, now take the donut and feed it to the cat. Okay, the cat just gave you a ticket. Okay, now click here, take the ticket to the man at the counter, give the man the ticket. The man's going to give you an access pass to the game. Now you're in the game, and now that you're in the game, here's how you build your couch, here's how you build your chair. You don't even feel like you're playing a game, right? It's just telling you where to click. It gives you almost like that, like, am I even playing a game here? That's what Destiny 2 felt like. It felt like one of those mobile games where like every icon is flashing at me. It's do this, do this, do this, do this. No, I don't think I will. So engagement paralysis is a thing. Do you reckon that they'll implement choice a lot more in the story of GTA 6 and it'll be heavily impacting story events? It's hard to speak to that as far as like different endings and stuff. I mean, with the Bonnie and Clyde theme of GTA 6, I would imagine they're going to let you make significant choices in the game. Maybe not like you can betray your partner, but you know, maybe you can double cross somebody that is having you do a job for them. You know what I mean? Maybe you can double cross them. I'm not sure. They've not said. I would think going forward, that'll be one of the benefits of AI. Geek to Sneak with 27 months. What up, Lono and chat? Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Geek to Sneak. If you guys want your membership renewals to count toward the goal, bump your membership up to Member Plus. It's $1 more, but then I can tell the difference between gifted members and paying members, and that's what this represents over here. It represents gifting and renewals instead of like double dips. The point's not necessarily to get all the guns. It's to get the guns that are the ones that you want to use the most. Well, even then, the setup doesn't allow you to do that. The current setup doesn't allow you to do that. That's why I stepped away from Destiny 2. I'd take a break, and then I'd get anxiety. I got kids, and it was stressing me out more than them. A GTA 6 link to Red Dead would be cool. I don't know if they're going to link universes or anything like that. They could do some maybe Easter egg style things or something. I don't know. GTA 5 had multiple endings. I would imagine they'll do that again then. Given the theme of the GTA 6 story that we've kind of seen from the commercial, I would imagine you're going to have some choices. Will you do a playthrough of GTA 6? We will see. I will definitely jump into GTA 6 gameplay day one. I will. I know it. But I don't know about like continuing to stream the playthrough. We're not really known for gameplay here. This is more of a talk show where we jump into games day one and then I kind of play them on my couch on my own time. Behemoth says, I'm happy I deleted Destiny 2 and now I'm exploring tons of games. I'm working a whole week and I don't work for a game to get the same rewards weekly. Yeah. A lot of people started to feel that it was like a job. GTA 4 and 5 have different endings. Then I would imagine GTA 6 will follow that theme as well. I pitched that concept like that too, where they have a Back to the Future mission. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do something like that, to be honest with you. Now, on the subject of Helldivers, Stonespire submits this question. This is how you guys can... this is something you can utilize as a paying member. He says, concerning the remarks of the Helldivers CCO on the weapons, what direction do you see them taking to apply to his sentiment? Well, I could see it going two ways. You know, he's saying balance doesn't matter. And he's basically saying sometimes a gun is just a gun. Behemoth secures the stretch goal with a 20 bomb. Unbelievable. Gifts a member. I believe that's a Korean name. I think that's Korean in the chat. That takes us to 602. Unreal. Helldivers PvP has been secured by Behemoth. Show us the Switch 2. I don't have it. I don't. It's not here. I don't know what I did with it. If you guys get a gifted member from Behemoth, be sure to say thank you. You now get access to our Discord. There's an afternoon session today called Community Game Day. We'll be playing Jackbox. There's a stream tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, wherever you are in the world. 8 hours from now, I'll be streaming with my wife just for members, and we'll be playing Jackbox. We'll be playing some Helldivers PvP. I don't know if I can even think of another stretch goal for 700. I don't know what you guys would even want. You guys have unlocked everything once again for the week. Show the trailer and the Switch 2. I don't have the GTA 6 trailer 2. I can't show it to you. I can't. You know? We could pretend that this is the trailer. Maybe we should just watch it in reverse or something. Lono casually hiding the Switch 2 and sitting on the GTA 6 trailer 2. Behemoth says, everyone try Path of Exile 2. The devs deserve it. Yeah, I was happy to support that game and buy that game, even though it's not going to work for a casual couch co-op game for my wife and I. I was happy to support the devs and buy the game. Yeah. Can't wait until March for my B-Day. All the great games really start coming. New Lego sets will drop. F1 racing starts. But the biggest reason is the cold weather will go away. That's right. It would be shocking if GTA 6 is actually shown in the Switch 2 reveal. Talk about a mic drop for Nintendo. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a brand alignment that would happen. 50k subs comes with these questions. That's right. That's right. I will laugh if the Switch 2 comes out and they only have Mario Kart 9. I think they'll have more than Mario Kart 9. I think they'll have a remaster of Breath of the Wild. I think they'll have Mario Kart 9. They'll have a Mario game. I think they'll have some smaller titles from some of their smaller partners. Yeah, I don't think they'll just launch with Mario Kart 9. Lono, make Death Stranding waiting room. You'll probably get a lot of views. I don't think so. He's going to play it on the low. Why do you think he leaves real quick? That's not true. If you guys have any requests for this evening, if you guys want to make another stretch goal, we did karaoke. I don't think you guys like that. So if you can think of something else, let me know. I will honor the requests. I'll update the little image because you guys got Mr. Helldiver. You did it. Does Nintendo make remasters? Yeah. Yeah, Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Super Mario RPG, just to name a few, Luigi's Mansion HD. They just did a handful already this year. So yeah, that's definitely within the realm of possibility. It's one of the rumors that we've heard is that there'll be like a Breath of the Wild remaster. Yeah. I'm here for it, man. I loved Breath of the Wild, but that performance, I just couldn't do it. I could not do it. They just remastered Metroid Prime. Yep. Apparently people like seeing you drink. Well, I limit myself. Yeah, we don't do that thing where, you know, you can make it go well above what my typical level is. 3, sometimes 4 drinks on a Friday night. I don't go beyond that. It's bad. I did it once and it was like, no, we're not doing that ever again. Bro, been holding on to that GTA trailer too since December. Yeah, that's our stretch goal. I'll drop the GTA trailer 2 tonight for members. I'm kidding. That's a meme. That's a joke. We do not have it. Mario, FIFA, and COD on one console. Switch 2 will be a mainstream casual juggernaut. Yeah, a new Pokemon would be huge, Stephanie. Yeah, if they could get those devs to crank something out. I really, really don't think that you're gonna see. I'm doubtful on the Call of Duty on the Switch thing. I am. Yo, what's good, Pokélena? I'm really doubtful. Some idiot's gonna clip that. Oh, let him. Let him. Clip it. Reforge Gaming out here defrauding his audience and promising the GTA 6 trailer number 2. These guys aren't going to live past like their 40s. You know what I mean? What? What is that? Oh, I was like, that's not how a retweet's supposed to look. It literally said RT and like showed the text of the tweet. That was so weird. They will 100% show new Pokemon A to Z or whatever it's called with the Switch announcement. Yeah, if you can bring a Mario Kart, a Pokemon, a remaster of a Zelda, and maybe one or two other titles with some of the big, you know what I mean? Unsubscribing this channel sucks. I hope you find one that you like. They will 100%. Oh, I already read that. Nobody wants to play it on the Switch. I still really question whether or not Call of Duty lands on the Switch. I really do. It just seems to be not a match. You know what I mean? It just seems to not be a match. Are people going to be beating down the door to play Call of Duty on a Nintendo Switch 2? I just don't know. The demand, I just don't think the demand is there. I don't think the devs are going to want to, I don't think you're going to want to spend the blood and treasure to get the game to work over there. That's just going to be a lot of effort, I would think. I don't know. You know, fair pushback. This would be fair pushback, actually. As long as they're still developing the game for the PS4, then it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that they could easily build a version for the Switch. I just think that the difficulty would be, it being in demand. I just don't know if there's a large audience on the Nintendo Switch and that would be like, man, I just don't know. It feels like people would say, really? Like, if you're going to play Call of Duty Mobile on the Switch, yeah, maybe. The people that play Call of Duty, they're not going to want to play it on a Switch. They're going to want to play it on a console or a PC. The infrastructure too, like usually, I don't know. Online games on the Switch are usually just rough. Think about it. You're going to be almost assuredly playing on Wi-Fi unless this time around they put an Ethernet port on the dock. If there's an Ethernet port on the dock, maybe. I cannot imagine having to play through typically like the internet netcode infrastructure on the Switch is just not good. It's just usually not very good. Nobody played COD. Nobody played the Wii COD. I did like twice. I remember thinking it was kind of fun. It was World at War, I think. World at War on the Wii. And it was kind of fun to aim with the Wiimote, but it was, the gimmick weared off really quickly. It's like your arm's going to get tired. Would love to see you shoutcast again. What do you want me to shoutcast, Heavy Metal Mama? You want that? You guys want that as a goal? What do you want me to shoutcast? I'm not sure if it matters. I think the pull of the Switch 2 is the allure of the now we have third parties. It's only weird because it's not been done yet. Nintendo is so first party coded. I'm just thinking of the target audience of the Nintendo Switch 2, the people who own the Nintendo Switch 1. Would they play a game like GTA 6 or Call of Duty? Sorry, guys. I have the trailer. I wish I had the trailer. I bet Ned, Luke, and Sean Fontenko have seen the trailer. I met those guys. They're super cool dudes. Yeah, if you guys are tuning in looking for that GTA 6 trailer too, I don't have it. But they're pulling more shenanigans on their Instagram. They are. And it could be the 14th. Shoutcast every person when they're banned. Shoutcast Helldivers. Bring back I Can Cast Anything. The problem with I Can Cast Anything is that the video ends up getting claimed by whoever it is. Right? That's the issue. You got to be careful with that. that ends up ruining the VOD because everything gets claimed. Shoutcasting, Helldivers would be fun if you guys want that. I think Nintendo wants to appeal to everyone, even ones not here yet. They want to expand their demographics beyond family. I don't think they want to. I don't think they want to. Nintendo views themselves as a toy company. No way Nintendo lets GTA on? Yeah, I think as a toy company, I think their demographic stays firmly where it is, especially after the success of the Nintendo Switch 1. I don't think their goal would be to we want to expand our reach and our audience. We got to get GTA 6 on the Nintendo Switch or Call of Duty or whatever. I don't have a Switch, but I'll probably get a Switch 2. I know a lot of us are going to get the Switch 2 that either had the Switch and didn't play it that much or didn't have the Switch. But I just don't know if the target audience is going to be like, dude, I can't wait. Fortnite and Helldivers, what, shoutcasting? Shoutcasting is like the play-by-play color commentary. I've done it professionally a handful of times, and then I did it for fun just on the channel over the years. Yo, what's good, Purple Haze? GTA is already on Switch. They remastered the trilogy. Well, then they would know if it's worth doing. They know how well it sold. They know how well GTA did over there. I mean, already then, I guess. What's the GTA 6 news? I've not seen anything new reported. Yeah, there were new reports yesterday. Financial Times made a prediction about pre-order sales. Strauss Zelnick answered some of their questions. There was also an interview with Strauss Zelnick about if the game's going to be worth the wait. He showed up in a YouTube video. What do we get for 602 member goal? So we're going to do Helldivers PvP tonight with members. There's a lot of different games that we've made up in Helldivers. We drop in, and there's the stratagem standoff where you try to drop a stratagem on the other person. Not the bombs, like the actual supply, the resupply. You try to aim it at their feet. There's hide and go seek. There's... What was the one we did where we everybody threw down their stratagems and we had to run through the gauntlet? That was fun. We're trying to think of another stretch goal because we're not even 2 hours into the day's stream. We got a lot of stream left, so we were trying to think of a stretch goal, and somebody said shoutcasting. If by 2035 the Switch 2 is a staple home for mainstay sports and CODs and GTA, on top of Pokemon's, Mario's, and Indies, it becomes a console for everyone. It's Friday. It's Friday. Never take your glasses off again. That's scary. Yeah, we did red light, green light. Yeah, we did. We did red light, green light. Yeah, that was fun. And I shoot you if you keep moving after I say red light. You guys were really good at red light, green light. It was impressive. We should do red light, green light a little bit differently this time. We should do it like in Squid Game. Like, I should have to turn around and catch you. So the goal is to try to get as close to me before the others. 700 and Lono dresses up as Astrobot. I don't have... Yeah, we did Simon Says. Yeah. You guys will have to help. You trying to find the video? We have a short of the red light, green light in Helldivers 2 somewhere. It was funny. I was like, are you kidding me? You guys were so good at it. How many paid subs for you to train for a marathon? Why would I do that? It will be underpowered. All we're going to play on Switch 2 is exclusives. Maybe. I think third-party devs are going to think differently about the Switch 2 this time. The Switch this time around. Bobby Kotick said they underestimated it. I mean, he basically admitted. He's like, we overestimated here. So there could be a greater presence of third party. It's not that I don't think there'll be a greater presence of third party. It's that certain games just are not a fit. I've never played Helldivers, but I would definitely buy it for some red light, green light, Simon Says type gameplay. Oh, it's really, really fun, Purple Haze. Like, the game itself is fun, but when we did this the last time, it's a blast. It's just silly. It's silly fun. We're going to do it tonight. I'll be streaming with my wife, and we'll do some fun games in Helldivers. Yeah, I don't know if shoutcasting is a good enough stretch goal. I think we need something better. If you guys are going to try and scramble for another goal today, it needs to be something better than shoutcasting. And I can't think of anything. You guys will have to think of something. I want it to be good. I don't want it to be something, I don't want it to be something silly. I mean, it is silly. Silly is fine, but I want it to be something of a little bit more substance than just me shoutcasting. They're not it to you now, Lono. Sure, but I think when they reveal the Switch 2's marketing, I think it'll have a more sleek flavor, like the OLED, but who knows? It's not going to be an OLED at launch. It's going to be LCD. The OLED's likely coming later. The OLED is likely coming later. Madam shoutcasting you playing the game. Now that would be funny. That would be funny. She's pretty cold, man. She's cold as ice. You can always wear the elf outfit. No. No more elf. No more elf on a shelf. No more Lono on a shelf. We got to think of something else. You'll wait for the OLED? Yeah, thankfully, Biggie, I never got the Switch OLED, so I'll be totally happy with LCD. The LCD on my Portal is fine. I don't have any issues with it. Complete with all of Madam Zingers. Not what I'm saying. The OLED is like a fancy, more premium device. The Switch 2 will be like that, less toy. Oh, I see what you're saying, Mule. You're saying they're going to position it as a more serious device, not so much a toy. I don't know. Bud. I don't like saying bud. That sounds so condescending. I don't know about that. I really don't. And here's why. They have sold 150 million Switches, and that includes Switch Lite. It includes the base model with the colors that have that very toy feel. To break from that might not be a good idea. Like their core audience, I'm not sure. Okay, pal. Madam gets too spicy when Lone will have the elf drip on. Stretch goal, shoutcast a movie you hate. That won't work. You guys can't see it. There's a third party that sells OLED screens. You have to do it yourself, though. I tell you what I would never do. I would never buy an OLED screen from a third party and swap the screen of my Switch. I don't think I'd ever do that. Okay, Bud throws punch. Unless the Switch 2 has more processing power, the OLED's not worth it if the graphics aren't powerful enough to actually show off the OLED screen meaningfully. They might do a family version and one more sophisticated. Yeah, the OLED coming later could quite literally be that. It could be the more slick, more like adult version of the device, for sure. Seriously, I hope we can get you back into Sekiro for the boss fights that you didn't finish. I want to replay Sekiro real bad. You know? I want to replay Sekiro really bad. I've got an itch sometimes to just go back in there. Helping my nephew beat Owl I didn't play for him. I was just giving him tips. Well, whatever happens with the Nintendo Switch, we'll see. We're going to have to shift maybe into more just either questions or other topics. We've kind of exhausted that one. With respect to there's not much to say, but we've spoken about Series S and the GTA 6. We have spoken about the GTA 6 trailer 2 and the shenanigans that Rockstar is pulling out once again on Instagram. We've talked about Helldivers 2 comments about balance. He also had comments about DEI. Funny enough, nobody even cared about that. I was like, I wonder if anybody's going to care about that. Lona, would you say 2025 is the most exciting year you've covered in all of your years doing this? That's a really good question, Muln. I would say that, yes, I'm probably more sort of anxious, excited about covering games this year because we are so fully now cemented into variety coverage that it feels like sort of like a wide open field that we can sort of build in. We spent a couple of years there just totally reacting. You know, like half of 2021 we were reacting, almost all of 2022 we were reacting. 2023 felt like a transitional year, and then 2024 was like kind of like the year we cemented what the brand and what the feel of the channel should be. Even just pivoting this show that you're watching to and listening to right now, it used to be a single topic show, and now it's not. Like the thumbnail, the title, all of it shifted into variety. I can't remember the exact date that we did that, but that happened last year as well. So that makes me extremely excited about, you know, this year in particular. Like, we are in a really, really good position because we just hit 50K subscribers and we're about to go into probably one of the biggest years in gaming in a long time. There's so much potential for stories and hits and such. There's so much content coming downstream. Who knows what'll happen? Yeah, I like to be in the position that we're in because in the past, you know, if you're like a single game content creator, you know, like I was for a long time, years like we're about to go into were sometimes bittersweet. You know, 2025 would be bittersweet as a single game coverage person because it would be like, well, I mean, how am I going to cover all this if I'm also playing this game? So I'm really happy with where we are. Yeah. So, and you guys can use the question command like Stonespire just did and have your question pop up on stream. You can kind of shift the channel and you can shift the channel. I can't talk. You can shift the conversation and this episode in any direction that you want. Take a quick second, though, if you've been enjoying the show today, and do me a favor and hit that like button. Let's get to 400 likes. That should be our next milestone. And you can fill the question log if you'd like. And then what we're going to do here is I'm going to change this image. I'm going to change this image down here. I think I've got an image of Madam somewhere in here. I thought I had an image of her emoji. I guess I don't. That's weird. I thought I had one. I was going to put her down there on the thumb. That's bizarre. I wonder where that went. I was going to say we could. I think her shoutcasting is a great idea, but for some reason I don't have her emoji in here anymore. I had it and now I don't see it. I'll have to search for it. I want Lono's opinions on that scenario. Anyone else can share as well. I'm asking what if. What's going to happen to Naughty Dog Neil Druckmann if Intergalactic loses $100 million? It won't. Like, why are you even thinking that's a possibility? Hey, it's Ollie. Oh, let's remember the community here. I was like, why do I know this name? Yeah, I'll accept your friend request. Why do you think that's even like a possibility? This be a secret account? What are you doing with your secret account? Because the trailer wasn't well received? Well, there's a handful of things I think about that. And one of them is that I don't think that the trailer reception is as indicative of a game's success as people are making it. If that makes sense. Like, hang on. I thought I had a madam emoji somewhere. This cord is being rebellious. Broken Earth, if you want to use the question command, that is a member perk. I'll answer your question. You do not have to be a member in order for me to answer your question. I just can't show it on the screen if you're not a member. So you said, do you think, given all that's happening with Bungie, that it's more likely we see mass exodus of C-suite execs like the rumor that was floating around? Yeah, that rumor was that they were going to do mass exodus. Excuse me. They were going to do mass exodus when the final payout comes in like 2026. I really don't think that is going to happen this year, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think it happens this year, that they're like, hey, you know, we're all out, right? We're outie. I don't think that happens this year. Now, it's still very likely could happen next year, but the rumor was that when 2026 rolls around, that they'll bounce. That they'll say, yeah, we're out. We're done. We got all our money. We're bouncing. This is one of the reasons why I think that Christopher Barrett is suing, because I think he wants that payout. There you go. There's Madam. That's your goal now. She'll shoutcast my gameplay tonight. There you go. If you guys do another stretch goal. Yeah, I think the probability of that happening is high. I think that was one of the reasons why, you know, I think that was one of the reasons why that Christopher Barrett is suing the company. He wants that money. He wants that payout. What'd you end up thinking of Forever Winter? I never played it. So yeah, I'm as far as that company goes and what they do at this point in time, as far as like what's the motivation of the higher ups and the execs and everything, who wouldn't want that payout? It's a crazy amount of money. Oh, for sure. My personal theory, right? I've been running a tech channel for 45 years now. I'll give video games a crack again instead of just being a benchmarking them. Wait, so Cosmog, you're in here on an alt because what, you don't want us to know your real account? You don't have to worry about like self-promoting. You can come in here on your real account unless you've been banned, I guess. I don't know. I think Christopher Barrett knows that Bungie doesn't want to go through a discovery process, because I think there's been a lot of bad things that have happened at the company, up to and including like what happened with me. I don't think they want that to be publicly known. So I think he's banking on that. He's sort of hoping that they're going to want to avoid discovery and then they'll just pay him. They'll just settle and pay him. He won't even have to get the total amount. If he gets half of what's coming to him, I think he'll be happy. Like, I basically said it's one of two things. It's either that he's innocent and he really is genuinely trying to clear his name, which would be an insane twist of irony that, you know, he lost everything over benign claims. You know, it's like, gee, I wonder what that's like, bud. You know, losing everything you've built in your reputation over nothing burger claims, you know, or made up claims. So he's either innocent and trying to clear his name, or he's guilty and he's like, you know what, I'm going to take y'all down with me because worse things happened. He may be looking at that company and saying, y'all know that there was way worse things going on. And he wants to expose it as a sort of vengeful thing. It's like you want to throw me out to save yourself from some money, and he's probably thinking I didn't do anything compared to what some of y'all did. I think it's one of those two scenarios. I think it's one of those two scenarios. Yeah, you have to be a member for the question command. Perfect Image was a member up until like yesterday, so maybe their membership just lapsed, or maybe their gifted ran out. If you guys haven't done so yet, hit that like button. Let's go for 400 likes. You can also gift more members or renew more members and help us work on the stretch goal. You can make my wife shoutcast my gameplay tonight. That's what somebody came up in chat. I think that's a pretty funny idea. As far as Intergalactic goes, we have to realize that the grifters aren't going to damage the game. The only thing they can damage the game is if Naughty Dog makes a bad game. Yo, Broken Earth, is that a new VIP? Is that a new VIP? Because those count as 2. Any upgrades or new VIPs and member pluses, they count as 2 members. Let me check on the back end here. You rejoin. You've been at that level 0 days. Yeah, that's a new one. And Street Shadow, thanks for jumping back in with your membership as well. So there it is. We're off to the races of the new stretch goal. You guys are nuts. Broken Earth gives us 2 with a VIP. Thank you, sir. Let's put the question up on the board here from Stonespire. When do you think we will get the date of the Xbox Direct? What do you think will be shown? I would think they announce the Xbox Direct next week. They'll say when it is. I think it will land on the... Let's do some research here. I want to say it'll land on the 21st. Xbox Direct 2022. Let's see. Go to images here. They did that one on January the 28th. So if I go all the way back to 2022 of January, they did it on the 18th, Tuesday. And then 2023, they did it on January the 25th of 2023. That was a Wednesday. And then last year, they did it on the 18th as well. Or maybe they only did it the last 2 years. I might have checked too far back. The 18th of January was a Thursday. So they'll probably announce it next week, and it'll land on the 21st, 22nd, or 23rd. That's likely when it lands. Now, what do they show? I believe South of Midnight will be there, along with Avowed and along with Doom. I think those are 3 just absolute gimmies to be there. I would love it if we got release dates for South of Midnight and Doom. We already have the release date, I believe, for Avowed. So I would think the question mark is Fable, because I'm one of the ones that thinks Fable got delayed out of 2025. I believe Outer Worlds 2 took its place. We heard that they brought Outer Worlds back earlier in the calendar. They pulled it up earlier, and something slipped, and I think Fable is what slipped. I don't think Avowed will be there. It's too close. It'll have its own thing. But they've traditionally had the close things there, have they not? Like, okay, so what was in last year's Xbox Developer Direct 2024? What was there and what wasn't there? Like, Hellblade was there. The closest game last year was there, was it not? Yeah. Hellblade was there, and it was coming in May. Everything else was either summer or fall. So I don't know. It would be really, really weird to get everybody's attention for your platform and not talk about the game that's right around the corner. That would just be so bizarre. They haven't had something so close it wasn't a shadow drop? I don't know. Hellblade was months later. Right, but again, to not less than a month later? What do you mean? That's not less than a month. Oh, I keep thinking that Avowed is in March, so February the 18th. No, I think it's there. If it's there, it will be less of a deep dive, and it'll be more of a trailer and a release date reminder. I really don't think you would be like, our first big game of the year is Avowed, and we're not going to have it at our developer direct. I just think that would be so bizarre. And if you're like, oh, they're going to give it its own thing, where have they done that? Other than the Starfield Direct, which was after the one showcase, when have they given one of their games its own thing? I don't think they did that with any of the games up to now. They didn't give Indiana Jones its own thing. They didn't give Stalker 2. I'm trying to think of all the games. I think the only game that got its own thing was Starfield. I think it'll have its own thing. I don't think there's any pattern in their behavior to indicate that they'll give it its own thing. There won't be enough time. I don't think there's enough time, Lone Wolf. I think your own point kind of works against your prediction a little bit. We are just making predictions, so nobody, can be right or wrong until it happens. But I think it's too close. So you would do a developer direct and then like a week or two later do an Avowed event? I don't know about that. I think that would be odd. That's the real question, isn't it? Are Xbox bizarre? I think their developer directs have become pretty predictable. I think they've become pretty predictable. What was it? Okay, so Xbox developer direct 2023. What was it, that one? It had Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport, Redfall. You had the Hi-Fi Shadow drop. I'm trying to think. What was Minecraft Legends release date? April. So that's closer than Hellblade was. And then Redfall's release date was when? May. April, May. I don't know. The pattern seems to hold, Lone Wolf, better in line with my prediction that the earliest game coming is at the Direct, because it's the kickoff game. So when the kickoff game was, Minecraft Legends and Redfall, or the kickoff game was Hellblade 2, they were there. Avowed is their kickoff game. I think it would be very, very bizarre for Avowed to not be there and for them to do their own event. There's not a pattern of them doing their own events. If you're right, then the Avowed event would have to land, I guess they would do it in February. Yeah, maybe the second week of February they do an Avowed event. New GPUs end this month. Tech tip of the day, perhaps hold out pending region locks. Lurk mode activated piece. Question is, what happens to game IP when Microsoft shuts down the studio and consolidates losses, downsize the cost cut, and shareholder pricing? If the studio is shut, does the IP still hold? Yeah, I don't know. I don't. A lot of the times, companies will just hold the IP so nobody can do anything with it. That's typical. Does the IP still hold value? It holds value in that they could either use it and hand it to another studio, or they could just keep other people from doing anything with it. There's 18 minutes left on the Super Chat goal. I'll reset it when it expires. If you guys want to make some confetto, we haven't had confetti yet today. We're at the highest we've ever been on Member Plus and above. We're at 557. We're trying to get that number to 600. So thank you to everybody who has been upgrading to Member Plus and VIP. Alfonso submits a question as a member and says, after we get a release date for Death Stranding 2, when do you think we will start getting news for Kojima's Xbox game OD? I'm always down for some more of his weirdness. I believe a report came out that game has had a setback due to the writers and actors strikes that have taken place. I believe. Oh boy. JW says, my ears are burning. He's like, I'm going to make the confetti. Nobody interfere. We'll see if he can pull it off if nobody steals it from him. You guys have been notoriously pretty mean about that. We'll see. Thank you, JW, for the $5 super chat. Jerry A with the $2. The super chat goal only works on $5 super chats or higher. And here he goes. JW is going to tee himself up. He's teeing himself up to make the confetti. And then I actually have to add to the total when you guys do this. Thank you so much, J-Dubs. We'll see. Who was it? If Insomniac Black steals it again. Imagine it'll be the same as the PC launch, so 1 to 2 years. That's just overdose and Fizzant. Well, that's what the question was about. JW does it. He says confetti. Confetti. Let me quickly start another one in case anybody else does one. I will gift 5 members. Go. Okay, we got it. That's what the question was about. He literally asked about OD. After we get a release date for Death Stranding 2, when do you think we'll start getting news about Kojima's OD game? I think that got locked up or delayed or whatever because of the writer's strike. That bumps the daily goal to 609. A little bit closer to the stretch. You guys can make me add to the list. Lone Wolf says, I think they're going to go do standard marketing for Avowed since it's so close. They might do an event or a breakdown or something like that shortly before the direct, maybe even after, but I doubt it's after. We're less than 60 days away from the game. I just think it feels different than before. I could very much be wrong. What makes it feel different, though? Just because it's going to be the earliest in the year they've dropped something? What feels different about Avowed? It was a part of the direct last year. Maybe that's your point. I mean, maybe you're not making that point, but maybe you should be making that point. It was already a part of the direct last year, and it got delayed. So they're not going to do it again. They're not going to do another deep dive, you know. Maybe that's a better point in your corner. I'd concede that. Yeah, maybe they do want to give room for the other titles, like Doom and Outer Worlds 2 and Fable, maybe. I tell you what I would love at the Xbox Developer Direct is a really good sit down with raw gameplay of Fable. If what Jez Corden's saying is true, that you know, about the combat and what it looks like, man, I want to see that. I want to see that, dude. Very, very interested to see that gameplay. South of Midnight will also be there. I think the guarantees at Developer Direct are South of Midnight and Doom and the Outer Worlds 2. Did I miss your Alapark? Did I miss your VIP renewal? I am so sorry, brother. Oh, I did. 29 months from Alapark, another month of quality content while I work and lurk. No, call me out if I miss those. You're not being that guy. You're rounding us out to 610 members. The stretch goal now, you guys got Jackbox, we'll do that. You got Helldivers PvP, and now you might be able to unlock making Madam shoutcast my gameplay as well as your gameplay tonight. We'll see if you can get her to do it. It'll be hilarious. When is the Developer Direct? We don't know. It will likely be Jan 21. The 21st, 22nd, or 23rd is my guess. That's Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Way more likely to be Tuesday or Thursday, I think. The 21st or the 23rd. Now, it could be earlier than the month than typical. They could do it on the 14th or the 16th, but the 14th could be that GTA 6 trailer too, so we'll see. The Last of Us Part 2 broke records as the fastest and most successful launch week in PlayStation history. It broke God of War and Spider-Man's records, 4.1 million in the launch week, until Ragnarok and Spider-Man 2 came out. Yeah, I don't think these dishonest grifters are going to do anything to Intergalactic. I mean it. I don't think they're going to. I think it's going to sell just fine. They start dropping gameplay. They start letting you see more of that game. Naughty Dog's history is well in its corner. These seething, malding idiots, they just don't matter. They didn't affect Last of Us Part 2 at all. It won Game of the Year. You know, put that in your grifting pipe and smoke it. Like, I don't have any respect for these people. They're annoying. They're a nuisance. I can't wait for them to move on and talk about something else. You know, it's like, we know nothing about the game, and everything that we do know about the company and the game is that they make excellent things. You know, you can cry your eyes out and wet your bed because they let Abby kill Joel. I don't give a frick about that opinion anymore. It's just annoying. It's like, you can be upset about the direction of a story, but that doesn't mean that the game sucked or was bad or had an agenda. You know, I tell you who has an agenda. It's the people who constantly lie and misrepresent the games. The irony is they have a more visible agenda, and it's to make money off of lies. The grand irony is the people that want games to be about games, they keep making games about something else. Like the latest round of The Witcher 4 and these headlines. Like, that's the greatest irony of all. Oh, we just want games to be about games. Well, then why are you consistently making games about something else? Why? Oh, The Witcher 4 is going to be about the plight of a woman in the medieval setting. And then you actually read the quote from the developer. It's like, you keep making games about something else. That's the grand irony here. That's low-key a Barlono. I'm serious. It's like, it hit me last night when I was writing my script for this morning's show open. It's like, that's just lost on everybody. We want games to just be about games again. Really? You just keep making games about something else because you're just trying to make money off of a grift. You don't give a rip about any of this. Dollars to donuts, most of these people aren't even going to download and install these games. They're not going to. They didn't have any plans to. So I'm not supposed to be mad about Call of Duty 6 and zombie elements to the storyline? I'm not sure what you're saying. Witcher 4 and Intergalactic, give me that to both of them. I don't think people understand. These guys are going to fly, these guys and gals are going to fly too close to the sun. They're going to Icarus themselves because you're not talking about some dinky little stupid idea like Concord. You're not talking about, you know, a company known for its single-player amazing Batman game suddenly doing like a really, really like not quality live service game like Kill the Justice League. Okay? You got easy wins with Kill the Justice League and Concord. We are talking about CD Projekt Red and Naughty Dog. We're not talking about some, you know, B-tier little dev team that had a dumb idea or decided to go woke, go broke. We're talking about companies that completely turned Cyberpunk around. We're talking about companies that made games like Uncharted and The Last of Us and win awards and have a TV show that like shattered records, and every episode of the TV show increased the sales of their game. Like, that's who you're trying to take down. You're going to fly too close to the sun, and you're just going to end up looking stupid. The commercial success of these games is, to me, it's almost guaranteed. They're too big. They're too big. It would be like trying to take on GTA 6. Do it. I dare you. I dare you to talk about how like GTA 6 gonna go woke, go broke. Yeah, go ahead. Try it. Its commercial success is practically guaranteed. They won't be able to run that narrative. They won't. Let's move on, I guess. James Ray with a $5 super chat. Sorry to go off topic, but what's up with Spotify? Last upload was the 20th. What? The last upload was the 20th? Jiminy Christmas. That's 2 weeks ago. What are we doing? There's no reason that should have happened. We've not done weird divergent shows. Yeah, we've done tons of coverage that should have been hitting. Sven's got a screenshot for me. The frick is going on? Can you, Sven, mention Creature? I don't wonder if he knows that. I wonder if there's a glitch in the Matrix and something's not working. That's really unlike him to take 2 weeks off from uploading my episodes. That's very unusual. Sometimes he'll miss a day or two or something will happen, but 2 whole weeks, something's going on. That doesn't seem right. That's 2 weeks. We had some killer episodes at the end of the year. I don't know why that's happening. Is it hitting the other platforms? Is it hitting the other? Yeah, that's Spotify. What about iTunes? Yeah, a couple of days is one thing. 2 weeks, good Lord. Like, that's really bad for the podcast. Reforge Gaming. No, iTunes is the same thing. December the 20th. Guys, do me a favor though. If you do listen, if you do listen to the podcast on Spotify, leave it a review. It's got good review score on iTunes, but for some reason it got bumped. Not great for Spotify. I haven't done any this week. Their interference was down a few days last week, and I just checked out on it this week. Yeah, but last week. Oh, so like before Christmas, it must have had problems. So like the 20th it hit, and then last week, the week of Christmas. Okay. Spotify hates Katakawa. Sony Kataka details. That's great. That's really good. All right, we'll fix it. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Yeah, that's obviously not good. We don't want that to happen. They were having. It sounds like they were having an issue. So we'll hopefully get that fixed soon. I know a lot of you guys enjoy listening to those in those various outlets, and we appreciate you doing that. Is Tap Wizard 2 co-op? They just sent me a code for this game. Tap Wizard 2 co-op? Is it co-op? I don't think it is. Tap Wizard 2 on Steam. It's a twin stick shooter, single player. Thanks for the code, but I can't do anything with it. The interface was doing that stupid won't load anything stuff last week. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Guys, if that ever happens, just let us know. Because the stuff like that, if it's messing up and he can't do it, and you let us know, he might have gone back in and gave it another try and it could have worked or something. So as soon as you feel like episodes aren't hitting Spotify or something, just let us know. Because sometimes it's as simple as that. Like, it was messing up, and then if you would have told us, hey, it's been 3 or 4 days, no episodes, and Creature would have gone back in and like, oh, it's working again, and he would have done it. The holidays, too, he was probably distracted with the holidays and family in town and stuff, so it's understandable. But anytime that happens, let us know. You are not annoying us if you say, hey, we're not getting episodes on Spotify and iTunes. Just let us know the minute that happens. You should be getting episodes pretty at that steady cadence. That should be happening. So sometimes there'll be bugs or glitches or maintenance and things that prevent us from doing things. But 2 weeks of no episodes that's a bit of a chunk there, especially because, man, some of those episodes were really, really good. And I feel like we've been doing better. I think our listenership has been going up, at least from what I saw. At least I feel like it was from what I saw in a report that they sent me. So I can't remember how to log in to the back end. Anyway. People are trying to say Stalker 2 is good on the Series S, and they're saying Game Science is being lazy. I've gotten to the point, Jeffrey, where I'm just going to tell those people that they're right. Yeah, you're right. The devs suck and they don't know what they're doing. Just keep running with that narrative and see how quickly third-party developers decide that your platform is a joke and not worth it because their fans are a joke and not worth it. So just tell them that they're right. You're right. Devs are lazy. They suck. They don't know what they're doing. Larian doesn't know what they're doing. Xbox engineers don't know what they're doing because they couldn't get split screen to work in Baldur's Gate 3. The devs, Game Science, Wukong devs, they don't know what they're doing. Xbox first-party studios don't know what they're doing because they keep shipping games late and at 30 FPS. Yeah, you're right, man. All these devs just suck. It's such an unfortunate thing, If only they were good enough. If only they were good enough to get games to work on the Series S. Run with that narrative. Do it. Make your thumbnails and your YouTube video titles in your tweets. Do it. Yeah. See if you can't get IGN or any of the big outlets that like to run with this kind of nonsense, like secret exclusivity deals. See if you can get Mr. Forbes over there to write a nice little blog about how it's the devs' fault. Do it. Make sure that headline and that narrative spreads far and wide so that all the rest of the developers in the world will know what they should do going forward with respect to the Xbox Series S. Keep spreading that gospel. Do it. I fully support you in your efforts to besmirch every developer that comes to Xbox late or has issues with the Series S. I standing ovation that. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just going to speed run, making people skip your platform. One of the most sold, most talked about, most popular games of 2024, and you want to blame the devs and call them lazy? Do it. Go ahead. I support your idiotic efforts. I think it's great. It's the biggest own goal that I've ever seen. I'll tell you what we do. Let's blame the devs. Yeah! And you turn around and kick the ball in your own net. Just keep racking up the score for the other team because that's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. Question from Dalton Burrows. What is your most anticipated third-party game for 2025? I'm trying to think. Hang on a second. Third party. I got to pull up on my list because it's hard because like there's Xbox owned titles in the mix. There's Xbox titles in the mix. There's PlayStation titles in the mix. Let me pull up on my list. Hang on a second. Okay, hang on. Turok's not coming this year. Okay, Expedition 33 is third party. Death Stranding's not really. It's like almost like second party. Mafia the Old Country, GTA 6, The Switch 2, AC Shadows, Doom the Dark Ages, Borderlands 4, Ghost of Yotei. It's probably like a 2 or a 3-way tie. Borderlands 4, Mafia in the Old Country, GTA 6, AC Shadows. Like, these are all titles I'm really looking forward to, and they're all third party. So, yeah, that's a good question, though. It's honestly hard to pick. It is. It's honestly hard to pick. There's so many games coming. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is definitely on my radar because of what they said about performance, the PS5 Pro Enhanced version, and the fact that IGN's preview, they said that the combat and the parries and the blocks felt better and easier to do. I'm like, okay, well, that might actually make me enjoy first person melee system. Mafia really piqued my interest. I did not at all anticipate being excited about Mafia in the Old Country. Guys, if you have PC Ultimate, if you have Game Pass Ultimate, PC, or Standard, Carrion has hit Game Pass today. Yeah, check that one out. That one always looked really, really cool to me. Told you, Lono, my list was way too long to write it all out. There's just too many games, bro. Yeah, there are way too many games. Way too many. I don't think you'll like Kingdom Come Deliverance, or at least the combat. I don't know. The more I watched the footage, and the more I kind of listened to, like, they were saying, like, the blocks and parries were better, I was like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I think. I'm going to be a lot more open-minded about games like that now, the way I was with Rogues, and I'm going to be that way with turn-based, with Expedition 33. This could be the year I end up enjoying games I didn't think I was going to enjoy. That's happened a lot recently for me. The Xbox PR machine really lost even more cred with me over the Black Myth Wukong stuff, because they tried to invent a Sony exclusive narrative, which was a lie, it seems. Yeah, it continues to make me think that Microsoft has never stopped astroturfing. Could we get 35 more likes on the video? You guys are crushing it. We have almost 400 likes. You guys are amazing. I am going to have to take a break in a little bit, because we are going to just keep going. You guys don't have to do anything to extend. We're not doing that today. You guys have been more than generous. We do have a stretch goal of Madam Shoutcasting tonight if you guys want to help hit that, or you want to bat signal mash in here or something. But I don't think they've ever stopped astroturfing. When they got caught doing promotional videos with YouTubers about the Xbox One and it wasn't divulged, I don't think they've stopped ever since then. I have a theory about this, okay? So I've talked about this before, where Microsoft was using YouTubers and they got caught, and now there's regulations in place that you have to divulge if it's a sponsored video. They were quite literally lying to the public because they're a dishonest company. I don't trust them. Microsoft is what I'm talking about here. I think Microsoft is one of the scummiest, most dishonest companies out there. And they were paying YouTubers to promote the Xbox One and not divulging that relationship. They got caught, and then it led to regulations and legislation that, like, you have to say that now. You cannot promote something, get a game for free, or be paid money to promote something and not have it marked #sponsored, #ad, okay? I think when that happened, they then took a different approach. They approached smaller YouTubers and paid them with access, paid them in information. If you look at the Bleed Green talking heads that have been given close access to Phil Spencer, get invited to things, sit down to dinner and lunch with Aaron Greenberg and people like that, if you look at them, none of them are of the caliber of the people that Microsoft worked with previously. They were all lesser known. And the reason I think they did that is because you're never going to approach a big, giant, established YouTuber and say, well, we don't want to pay you money to sponsor this because then you have to divulge it. We're only going to pay you with access and information. Do you want to know what's going to happen? The big YouTuber is going to tell you to piss off. They're going to be like, I'm not doing that. Pay me. Pay me. Pay me my money. Pay me my money. That's what they're going to say. So they went to content creators who would be more desperate to be like, yeah, you can pay me with access and information. You don't have to write a check. Why? They want to grow. They want to feel cool. They want to feel included. Seriously. Look at the folks that are included. Look at the folks that are in those pictures and track their history and track their career. They grew and became centerpieces of Xbox dialogue because Microsoft was paying them with access and with information. Right? He accidentally mentioned that in a video. He was concerned about his access. I mean, look at what happened to Tim Dog. He turned on the company. He's not getting access anymore. So, fast forward to when we learned from one of the more prominent podcasts and Bleed Green guys, and the one guy nodded in agreement that this was happening. They're given the bad news ahead of time so they can, quote, soften the blow. All right? Just blatantly admitting to AstroTurfing that we're given the bad news ahead of time so we can soften the blow, so we can basically help do damage control for Xbox. I still, to this day, don't think that person, that podcast, and those individuals, I don't think they know how insane that is, that they just think that that's normal. Do you want to know why they think it's normal? It's interwoven into their career. It is. All those guys, it's interwoven into their career. They were paid with access. They were paid with information. They were given news ahead of time, okay? So what we have now is, I believe, a pattern and a clear track record of Microsoft using YouTubers to AstroTurf. So do you think it's a surprise that consistently, whenever there's bad, negative news about Xbox, you don't think it's interesting that there's outlets out here willing to run with drivel, with gossip, with rumors, with nonsense? You think it was an accident that Destin Legary asked Phil Spencer the question that he asked so that Phil Spencer could passively blame Larian with respect to Baldur's Gate 3 about how there's no hardware limitation? You think that question was an accident? Do you think it was an accident that after the CFO of Xbox said that you're going to see a change of strategy and you're going to see first-party games landing on platforms that were previously considered competitors? Do you think it's an accident that Windows Central ran with an article and Phil only answered a question about Game Pass? Do you think that was an accident? Do you think it was an accident that in the wake of another game coming late to Xbox because of the Series S, that immediately there are outlets running with theories and rumors about a secret exclusivity deal? Do you think all these things are accidents, or is it a pattern? I don't think Microsoft has stopped AstroTurfing. I don't think so. They've been doing it since the Xbox One, and they're still doing it today. I'm not going to give examples of people being like this. I'm simply saying that that's what the person said. That's what the person said. We're given the bad news ahead of time so we can soften the blow. We can cushion the blow. That's not normal behavior. That isn't. That's not normal. It's not normal to reach out to YouTubers and podcasters and say, yeah, we've got some bad news coming, so you guys can help soften the blow. Huh? What did you just say? To this day, I can't believe that was, and then say, oh, I was being sarcastic, and then later to be like, well, this is totally normal. It's like, well, which is it? Were you being sarcastic, or is it totally normal? Which is it? Were you being sarcastic, or is it totally normal to get negative news ahead of time so you can soften the blow? You've got to choose. Which is it? Like I said, I don't think they stopped AstroTurfing. I just think they changed strategy. They knew that the Xbox One, they knew the reception was going to be negative. Tim Dog revealed this in one of his spaces where he said they were trying to get Keighley to help with the price announcement because they knew it was going to be received negatively. And look what they did when they had to announce that Indiana Jones was going to the PS5. They used Jeff Keighley. They haven't changed strategy. They've just changed who they're working with and how they're paying them. They're still AstroTurfing. Instead of going to some big name YouTuber and being like, hey, can you promote the Xbox One, will pay you money, and will not divulge that to the public. Instead of doing that, they're now going to podcasters and YouTubers who bleed green, and they're paying them with access. They're paying them with information. It's not any different. It's the same thing. It's just a horse of a different color. There are a number of YouTubers who have the access of journalists, but they don't work for a major news outlet. I'm starting to like this channel, someone that's not scared to be honest. That's the beauty of not being beholden to any of these companies, right? I'll probably never get great treatment from PlayStation. I hammered them for the PSN login thing. Called it stupid. Do you think I'm going to get a lot of love from PlayStation? Probably not. I'll never get love from Xbox. We know this. I'll probably never get love from Nintendo. I say that I hope they lose their lawsuit against Palworld, because it'll be terrible for the industry. It'll be terrible for games if they win their lawsuit against Palworld. The three big players, I take full, say it with my chest, bare knuckle swings at these companies when I think they're doing something that's stupid or wrong. I'll probably never get good treatment from these companies because I don't care. I don't need good treatment from these companies to do what I do. It certainly is nice when you get review codes and you get good treatment from publishers and developers, but I have absolutely not built a platform that relies upon that. I don't. That's the beauty of having support from the users. A lot of people call me an e-beggar, but one of the beauties of having a vibrant audience that supports you monetarily, you can say whatever the frick you want. That's why the guys over there at Sacred Symbols are in such a nice place. They have an enormous support base. That's why I keep saying, get on Member Plus or VIP, support this channel directly, and then I don't ever have to worry about any of that. I'll never have to worry about access journalism or access to this game or that game or early this or early that. I don't need it. That's power. That's power. One of the greatest dilemmas facing gaming coverage and gaming media right now is they have one of the this is probably one of the most unhealthy relationships they could have with the industry that they cover, because they depend on access. Whether it's IGN or Mr. Forbes over there or GameSpot or any of them, they're all in a really unhealthy relationship with the industry that they cover because they are super, super dependent upon access. So you never really know what you're going to get. Are you getting an honest review or are you getting a puff piece, a PR piece? Like when IGN wrote the puff piece for Bungie and help them sweep their misconduct under the rug, which is going to get drug out into the light if Christopher Barrett's lawsuit goes through. That puff piece is going to look like a joke. But then they write a hit piece on Wukong. You've really got to question what's behind that. You're like, what's going on here? All of a sudden, these theories come out about a secret exclusivity deal. What's behind that? What's going on with that? Like, why is this happening? These companies are built around access. They need it. They need to have that review hit day one. They need to have that press release hit day one. They need those interviews. If they lose access, they die. Well, that's why directly supporting, content creators, YouTubers, podcasters, or whatever, whether it's Colin Moriarty or channels like mine, you put us into a position to not have to worry about any of that. I don't have to worry about losing access. I already got kicked out of a thing. A company kicked me out of their content creator program because somebody sent them the crap about me from 2020. This guy got canceled. So they kicked me out. No questions asked. Wouldn't reply to my emails. So it's like, well, that's the kind of thing that's going to happen. We gotta be our own thing. We can't rely on that. There's just no way. I can't play that game. Would you say that it's dangerous to be beholden to fans or a particular fan base as well? Yeah. Yep. I'm not beholden to a fan base. I'm not. I ruffle the pony feathers very regularly. I'm beholden to the truth. That's all I ever care about. That's why I get irritated when people are dishonest. It's like, I don't care if you have a negative opinion about something. If you're like, that game looks stupid, that person looks ugly. Okay, that's fine. It's the dishonesty that gets me riled. because all I care about is the truth. So if I think rather strongly that something Sony is doing is stupid, and I got guys in here that either are connected to the company in some way or really like the company, and they don't agree with me, I'm not ever worried to upset them. I'm like, that's dumb. I don't know why you do that. That's why you haven't uploaded the trailer. You're rebelling against Rockstar. That's right. That's right. So, in the grand scheme of things, in this discussion about the Series S and Black Myth Wukong, I just think it's one more. It is one more piece of railroad track in a long, long trajectory of astroturfing from Microsoft. I just don't trust it anymore. There's something else going on behind it. It doesn't smell right. It doesn't pass the smell test. I don't agree with Colin politically, but I respect the hell out of his gaming opinions and coverage. He's honest, and that's why I love Sacred Symbols. Yeah, I definitely think if you're beholden to an audience, that's also dangerous, because then they're never going to want to hear anything negative or bad, or, you know, they're not going to want to hear the facts or the truth. They're just going to get upset, and they're going to be like, hey, why are you saying that? You're betraying us. Audience captured. Yeah, you can definitely become, you know, the inmates are running the asylum at that point. Like, you've got to do what they say. You've got to abide by what they're, you know, what they want. Did you answer my question? No, yours is the next question. Ray says, what was your favorite weapon in Rise of the Ronin? I liked the dual katanas. I don't know if that's the appropriate name. I mained the dual katanas. And then I switched to, I think there was just like a regular old katana that you could use that was also really strong. I didn't get into any of the other ones. Yeah, I didn't get into any of the other ones where it was like you could have, like, you know, the big pole arm. I don't know the names of all of them, but there were some really big ones and some awesome ones that I wish I would have maybe spent more time with, but I got so used to having dual katanas and then single katana, I would kind of switch between the two, because you have two weapons equipped at a time, right? Dual katanas are considered a weapon, I think. That's what I did, yeah. Always use dual swords in games that let me. Yeah, it just feels good. Corey says, I'm asking because I think that the grifter channels are now beholden to their community of fans. You are correct. You are correct. So, the issue is that if that's what your brand is going to be about, if that's what they want to make their brand about, that's fine. I think the question they have to ask themselves is this audience going to grow, and will they continue to grow with me? Like, I believe in audience, what I would call, I guess, like audience maturation, where like the audience kind of matures with the content. And that's why I think that content and that audience can't mature, because it's extended adolescence. It's arrested development. It has to stay in this circle of angry, everything's woke, have to stop it, have to stop the woke, have to stay angry. Well, that's an arrested development audience. Like that audience can't mature. It's got to stay there. So anybody that gets out of that mindset or starts to think differently or starts to feel differently, they're going to drift from your content, because your content has to stay statically just lock-jawed on that. You got to ring that bell. Bing, bing, all of the time. All of the time. You can't do anything else. You can't. So to me, I've always said that the mob is stronger than the truth, but the truth has more endurance. I said this in 2020 when everything happened to me. I was like, the mob is stronger than the truth. In the face of the mob, it doesn't matter if you have facts or evidence, you'll just get overrun by them, right? But what ends up happening is the mob dies down and the truth is left standing. If there's ever been evidence of that, it's the fact that I'm sitting here right now with you with 50,000 subscribers, is because the truth wins every time. It's undefeated. Time and truth are undefeated. They don't have a losing record. They don't. And so that if an audience matures around that, then there's always something to talk about. There's always something new to discuss, celebrate, debate, or hash out. That style can't, it just feels static to me. It's like you're just always going to have to kind of stay in this, angry lane of like, and it's like, I think people move on. I think they will. I think they'll either start to play games and have fun, or they'll start to enjoy life. I don't know, get a new job, get a girlfriend, who knows? If they start to improve their life and mature as a person, right? Maybe they start watching modern wisdom instead of the drivel of YouTube, and they'll start to change their life and be more mature and stoic and courageous, then I think that content will taste like refuse to them. I think they'll move on. What you're saying about journalists and relying on information and access is one of the many reasons why journalists, especially from IGN like Greg Miller, Kay Bailey, and many others, have left. Yeah, I think you're going to continue to see that. I think you're going to continue to see those large organizations have people leave or break apart, or they'll just shut down. Time and truth never lose. Needed that today. Thank you. I can get a little preacher in me. I can sort of sound like a preacher, but I believe it. I know it to be true. I've experienced it. Will woke be a thing in 2035, or will it be like Ice Bucket Challenge? Lol, what? Maybe not a great example. Purple, thank you for the support lately, Purple. I poked my head in your stream last night. I didn't get to listen for very long. Bumping the line with another 5 members. Thank you so much. I hope you're right. I just don't know. This woke crap is closely linked with political, and that hasn't died down in a minute. I don't think tribalism or polarization ever goes away. I think it's too innate to the human experience. But I do think that, at least in my experience in my life, I think that there is a magnetism around authenticity and truth. I think that has a greater and more enduring magnetism. I do. So think of it like this. Picture it like this. I think right now what you're seeing is a very quick magnetism around certain subjects. I think that wears out. I don't think authenticity and truth, I don't think the magnetism ever gets weaker. It might be a little slower. It might take a little bit more time. But I think over time, you'll see, a channel that centers itself on that and centers its community on that will have a very, very strong, immovable audience. And I think a lot of these other audiences will be more transient. Because people will just sort of move on, or they'll go to the next thing, or they'll get angry about something else. Like it'll be more of a rotating door of transients, which that actually weakens your content as time goes on. If you have 100,000 subscribers and a lot of your people start to move on because they don't really like what you're saying anymore, or they're just kind of tired, or they're kind of worn out by it, well, guess what? Now you're on a trajectory of death, of slow death. When I couldn't cover Destiny anymore, that's what happened. I just spun my tires. We just lost subs and gained subs. That's what'll happen to channels like that. It's too tenuous. It's a combination of two bad things. It is both tenuous and meteoric, and I think that's a terrible cocktail for success. It's tenuous and meteoric. You've seen this happen with breakout people on like TikTok and stuff. They explode, and all of a sudden they're getting endorsements and deals and podcasts, and then 12 months later, nobody knows anything about them. They just fade. It's tenuous and it's meteoric. Those are probably the two worst ingredients for growth. They are the worst ingredients for growth. They are. They just had an they had one quit. I don't know about quitting, but I think they'll struggle. I think they'll struggle to get viewership and growth after a while. They will. I think if Naughty Dog designed the character similar to new IP, they would manage to please all markets. Why didn't they just do that? Trying to appeal to all markets is a foolish thing to do. If you try to appeal to everyone, you end up appealing to no one. The grand irony is... Yeah, Hawk 2 is probably a good example of that, right? Probably a really good example of that. Grand irony about all the seething and all the rage about Intergalactic. All those channels have made the lead character iconic. She's overnight iconic. You see her face on anything and you know what the game is. You can't pay money for that kind of top of mind marketing and brand recognition. You can't. These absolute buffoons don't even realize, like, they made her iconic. That picture of her taking a sip from her soda, she was overnight iconic. And you're like, yeah, but no one's gonna buy it because sure, Jan, if you don't realize that, like, top of mind iconic brand recognition being that fast, I mean, you can't pay money for that, bro. You can't pay money for that. They don't realize. I really don't think they realize that they're actually making the game more recognizable and more memorable. You haven't talked about Wolverine? We don't know anything about Wolverine. She's not iconic. V is iconic, Jinx. What? She's on every thumbnail. She's on every article. I think that's the grand irony of all the anti-woke grifting about Intergalactic, is that they made her overnight, like an overnight icon of the next Naughty Dog game. Tati Gabrielle is hot. Please keep pushing her. Most women would agree. Oh, yeah. I mean, she definitely doesn't have on all the makeup and stuff, but, like, yeah, like her character and her face, I think, is attractive. She just kind of looks a little gruff in the clip because it's like, you know, she's out surviving in outer space. She just shaved her head, you know. She looks like she maybe got in a fight recently, you know. You see some pictures of the actress, it's like, good golly, these people are stupid. These people are stupid. I didn't like the straw sipping moment, but I love the sword. The shot of her sipping the drink and not caring is an iconic image for sure. It's a vibe. Right, that scene actually really shows how much motion capture has evolved. The way she moves the glass back and forth and the way she talks, like the subtle movement of eyebrows and stuff. It's incredible work. They really are showing off the motion capture in that sequence. And everybody, you know, seething and malding about her being bald. I mean, it's just, goodness gracious. They're missing out on what is, I think, very, very an impressive display of tech. It really is. Like, you compare motion capture in that scene to motion capture of their last game, The Last of Us Part 2, and it's leaps and bounds up. It's so much more subtle and realistic. It's so good. It really is. It really is. Like Jada in The Matrix. Yeah, but obviously when they were in The Matrix, they all were like dolled up and hot with awesome clothes and cool hair and sunglasses. And, you know, when they weren't in The Matrix, they were all a little bit more disheveled. Broken Lobo says, GG's, thank you for 14 months of support, Lobo. Man, that's a long time, dude. That's a long time. Thank you. The entire argument over the character's appearance and mannerisms is the most embarrassing thing I've seen. This game is going to be great. I'm very excited for it. It's why those people, says Christopher, and many more have left IGN and other outlets. They went independent to get away from the BS of mainstream journalism. Yeah, you still have to watch, though, because there are YouTubers and podcasters that are not a part of some big conglomerate, organization, and yet they still get access and don't want to lose their access. The audience will start to be like, whoa, hang on, GTA 6 and Yote are woke, huh? They're, in my estimation, they're going to have to choose their targets very carefully, because that's what's going to end up happening is they're going to choose targets like GTA 6 or Yote or even Intergalactic, and then they're going to end up looking stupid. I truly believe that. You can only lie for so long. Like, if these games are commercially successful, which I believe they will be, they're almost too big to not be commercially successful. Well, then what are you going to say? What are you going to say? Yeah, these games suck, man. Go woke, go broke. Oh, they seem to have done great, right? What are you going to say when GTA 6 breaks all sales records? What are you going to say when Yote sells well? What are you going to say when Intergalactic sells well? What are you going to say then? What are you going to feed your audience? Even the reputable guys on YouTube voicing skepticism over the product placement feels like pandering to grit. Well, the product placement was to indicate the time, alternate universe and time. It wasn't because they're like getting paid. Like, it wasn't meant to be. I think people are misfiring on the product placement. I think they are. So, all right, here's what we got to do. I need to take a quick break. I'm going to answer this question really, really quickly. Do you think 2025 will bring any Elder Scrolls news? Maybe at the Xbox Showcase. I'll give you a maybe. All right, I'm going to clear out the question queue. I'm going to hit some ads. Can we get 9 more likes on the video? We're so close to 400 likes. And members, you guys can sort of shift gears here. You can submit questions about anything now. If you want it to be about gaming, if you want it to be about something personal, about content creation, any of that, you guys can now submit questions. We'll kind of come back and shift gears into just more of like a chill AMA. And then eventually we'll end up in a community game stream in the afternoon with Jackbox. If you want to play Jackbox, you literally just need access to a web browser. So, all right, I'll be right back in just a second. I'm going to hit some ads. That does support the channel. Consider supporting the channel with a paid membership. If you do a paid membership, just make sure it's Member Plus. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Enjoy your game time with Lono. I got more F1 racing to do. Check you weirdos later. Oh, we're so close. 4 more likes. If you haven't hit that like button yet, hit it. We've only got one question in the question queue, so it's wide open, folks. All right. We're in the final stretch now. After working on a project for years, we'll say something like Warden's Will is coming out in 5 days. Is beyond real. Yeah, Warden's Will is almost out. That's a cool looking rogue. Cool looking rogue. Here's an idea of what comes out. What they'll say if the games come out and they're successful. Yeah, guys, we did it. They were originally going to do a woke game, but they heard us and they unwoke the game because of us. That's a prediction I've made as well, Spice King, that they basically have an unfalsifiable position. They'll make a claim that like, oh yeah, this game's totally going to go woke. And like, let's take Intergalactic as an example. And then when it comes out and maybe it isn't, maybe it's just a normal story and she just happens to have, you know, a bald head, and it's not this big huge like, oh yeah, we're trying to put this or that the third, and you know, the game's not like preaching at you like Tash was in Veilguard. Yeah, that's what they'll say. They'll say, yeah, we won, we scared them, we scared them into like taking the wokeness out of their game. I made a similar prediction, but even then I really do think that kind of content is just so weak. Like, there's no rage there. There's no rage. Like, without the rage, without the anger, you can't be like, yeah, we won. Yay, yay, yay. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all if when you go to, you know, one of the timelines on Twitter in particular, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you went to the ones that was like, yay, we did it, we got what we wanted, that those tweets get less interaction. I'm trying to find one. Cause like right here. Yeah, boom. This tweet says we're winning, right? It's like a hey, we're winning. And it has less views, less interaction, less everything than most of the other tweets. And there's a reason for that. I really do think. I think if it's more celebratory and if it's more of like a high five, that's when I think you get into the territory of people are just like, okay, that's not as exciting. If it's not rooted in the rage, if it's not rooted in the anger, then I don't think it works as well. So I think you're right, Spice King. I think they'll just continue to run with their own dishonesty. But I think what they'll do is they'll run out of gas if that's all they're doing is like celebrating these fake victories. Most likely they'll be split over some game. Most movements eventually split, and it's at that time that it'll go away until the next countercultural moment. Right. I'm very open to different opinions, but the ones I really avoid are like, it's over for Naughty Dog. Yeah, you can be like, I don't like the way the character looks without being, all the way to the top. Yeah. All right, we got a more personal question here from Wolf Saints. You guys can treat this as an AMA. It's your time. You're the members. You get to kind of run this. And Wolf Saints says, how do you know when you found the one? This is a really good question. I think this question it's a little bit different for everybody because there's always like that moment. Like, my wife told me this the other day because I think you guys like asked her that on a Friday night and she didn't really have an answer. She's like, I don't really know. And so she came back a couple days later after she had thought about it, because she's not a verbal processor. Like, she takes time sometimes to like think through things. And she came back a couple days later and she was like, I think I knew you were the one, when like suddenly she realized she was just picturing her life with me. Like, that was just how she thought about her life, was, yeah, I'm with this guy when I'm old, when I have kids, when whatever. And so that's probably an indicator. Like, if you've been with somebody long enough and there's a bond and a friendship where you just sort of picture your future with them, I think that's probably a pretty good indicator. I think one of the best ways to find the one is you're looking for a best friend. So you brainwashed her. I mean, when you look this good, girl, yeah. No, I'm just kidding. No, I think like this is a huge mistake that kind of especially a lot of guys make right now. I mean, we joke about the whole like incel thing, but I think a lot of these guys have complete unrealistic expectations, not just for what women should look like, but what they're there for. You are going to have such a more deep and more meaningful connection and relationship when they're your best friend, as opposed to looking for somebody to supplant your adult entertainment that you consume. Like, do you hear what I'm saying? You're not looking for, you know, the embodiment of an anime body pillow that you can sleep with and have intercourse with. That's not what you're looking for. And I think that's what a lot of guys, they're just so narrow in what they think a woman is there for, that they're gonna be alone for the rest of their life if they don't course correct. You marry your best friend. That's who you marry. That's who you end up with. Your best friend. Right? Like, you go to the bar tonight. You go to the bar tonight, and if you've got some, you know, you've got some good looks and clothes and some decent swagger, maybe you can take somebody home that's really, really good looking. Okay, good for you. Are they your best friend? Do you have anything in common? Can you watch movies and laugh with them? You know what I'm saying? Can you go for a walk and just talk about things? Like, can you have bonds that reach beyond the physical? Right? Not to be crass, but generally speaking, you're physically compatible with the opposite sex pretty much always, regardless of who it is. You're compatible, right? The puzzle pieces fit together, if you catch my meaning. Do you connect in any other ways than that? You know, like, I don't know. I knew when I held his hand for the first time, it was a distinct feeling. Right. Sometimes I think, Kale, sometimes it's lightning. Sometimes I think it's a slow storm. Everybody's different, right? So I think sometimes it's a lightning strike. You're like, yep. You know, for others, it's a slow storm. You're like, yeah, this is somebody I'm picturing the rest of my life with this person. And they are too, you know. So, like, to just be totally frank, I think a lot of these, you know, very lonely and irritated and angry men on the internet, they would be infinitely more happy. Like, they don't even know how happy they could be if they would be infinitely more happy with an average looking woman that is their best friend than chasing some phantom supermodel, perfect body, perfect everything. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, an average looking person that's your best friend is going to give you so much more mirth and joy and enjoyment. And honestly, the physical stuff's even better at that point, because there's just so much more going on than just like, you know, two rabbits in heat, you know? I think a lot of these young men are going to stay young men, and they're going to stay alone because they don't see what they could have, you know. They're too focused on the things that they can't have. I know exactly what you're saying. For some reason, I think media has created this narrative that women and many guys try to plug and place that caricature into some false idea of life. Yeah, I saw a tweet of a woman that was basically like, y'all are out here chasing, the tall, dark, and handsome. She's like, I love my short king. And she was in a happy, great relationship with a short guy that... This goes both ways, by the way. Ladies, you could probably use a little bit of this, advice as well. If a guy isn't 6'2", that doesn't mean he can't make you happy and be great to you. He doesn't mean he can't be your best friend. Like, a lot of guys get zero shot because they're not tall. Real talk. We know this. We know this is a thing. You can't necessarily rewire what you're attracted to. Like, I get that, right? Like, obviously, body type is going to come into this as well. Like, you just might not be able to get over it. Maybe it's just too much of a turnoff for you. But again, I think that a lot of the times people are chasing some standard that's so stinking narrow. It's like, good golly. You'll only date tall guys. You're really limiting your possibilities. You'll only date, super hot girls with big boobs. Like, okay, you're really limiting your potential dating pool. You know what I mean? Yeah, little baby turtle heads need some love too. That's right, Kevin George. All the girls who friend zoned me, you missed your shot. I think right now, one of the best things like a single woman could do is to go through her Rolodex of guys she put in the friend zone, because one of them is probably her match. I'm serious. Ladies. There's not a lot of you here. Pull out your little black book, and I'm dead serious. Go through the list of dudes that you put in that category. I bet you he's in there. He's in there. Your husband's in there. He's in that group. I'm being dead serious. You marry your best friend. That's who you marry. Yeah, that's great, Berto. That's respect right there. Marrying somebody with children. We're very close to a family, and the husband tragically died a couple of years ago, and we lean in and help as much as we can. We're very close. I consider these kids like nieces and nephews to me. Like, I love them. And we support in many ways. And that's always something that sort of really makes me worry is she's great. She would be a great catch for somebody, which obviously she's not looking for anybody right now. It's still very much, tough. But I'm thinking in 3 or 4 years, she'll get passed over by lots of guys because she's got kids. And it's like, that kind of breaks my heart for her. Like, I look at her as almost like a sister, and it's like, geez, So that's big when you marry somebody that's already got kids. That's a big deal. That's tough, But stepping in that gap and being that courageous guy or that courageous girl, like what you're giving them, ooh-wee, like what a gift. What a gift you gave those kids and her. That's huge, man. That's big. I'm staying single after what happened in 2018. Just not interested in relationships anymore. That's fine. If you're happy and you feel like you're flourishing, that's fine. If you suddenly feel like that changes and you're like thinking differently about it, I'm here to tell you, your match, the guy for you, he's probably in your phone as a friend. I'm telling you, that's where your match usually is. He's usually right next to you. Watching some crappy comedy movie because he's hoping you change your mind. That might be a little too close. Oh gosh. Deed great. Lost my husband back in 2018. Plus I went through hell. Right. Like that totally makes sense for somebody that went through that to be like, I'm not doing that again. I totally get that. I do. The woman that we're close with who's a widow, she might have the same attitude. I don't know. In a couple of years, she might be like, I'm just not interested in that. I don't need that. And I think that that's fine. I do. I think there's a level of respect there for somebody to say, that was it for me. You know, I don't want another husband. I don't want another wife. They're dead. Like I have respect for somebody that would feel that way and live that way. There's nothing wrong with that. There's honor in both approaches. There's honor in moving on and finding somebody again. There's honor in not, you know? If I watch your crappy reality TV, will you marry me? Wolf Saint said, what is this? I crave affection. It's not about sex. I crave somebody to cuddle with me, lay the head in my lap, crave kisses holding hand. What is this? Why are you making me read a Hallmark card, Wolf Saints? What the frick? I'll say this. The only news I want to hear this year is the release window for Turok, Starfield going to PlayStation, and news on Elder Scrolls 6. Nothing else matters in gaming currently. For you, you're not going to have a very good year, brother. You're not going to have a very good year. Because I don't think you're going to get any of that. Maybe Starfield to PlayStation, but yeah, I don't think you're getting any of that. I've been married almost 4 years to my soulmate, says Joker Quinn. Before her, I was in a horribly abusive relationship, mentally and physically. There's someone good for everyone. Yeah. Well, not always. I think some people stay single. I do. I think some people stay single. And I think they can live great and happy lives. You're not 50% of a person looking for your other 50%. You're 100% of a person, you know, and you don't need another person. And if you can find one, it's fantastic, but you don't have to. Read 5 love languages. Yeah, love languages can be helpful. It also can be a little simplistic. Where are my glasses things? You think Starfield will go to PS5 unless it gets a major overhaul? I think they want to bring it over because I think they know there's a large audience over there with how well Fallout 4 did. I think it's a matter of timing. And like you're kind of saying, like, can they do some kind of 2.0 moment with it? You know? Another question here. You guys can use this as kind of an AMA. We're just chilling. Currently, what are your top 3 resolutions for 2025? Top 3. Read more. Drink less. Because I can always drink less. Read more, drink less, and I don't know. Hit 100K subs. Like, that's a big goal. That's not really a resolution. That's a goal. Yeah. Probably read more and write more. I've got things I want to write and work on. Read more, write more, drink less. And they're probably connected to each other. I'd probably be more efficient if I did that. So, I knew I found the one when we would watch Lord of the Rings and streams on Twitch. 3 months into the relationship, I found out that she had zero interest in those things. She just liked to see me happy. That's pretty big, bro. That's pretty big. You're like, yeah, we've been watching this for months. Isn't this great? And she's like, no, I don't like it at all. You're like, oh, dad gum, I better buy a ring. Frick. How many books do you read in a month? I'm usually finishing one for what you guys call book club, one for personal, maybe one with the kids. I don't know, three maybe, sometimes 4, depends. I'd like to really bump that up, you know. I've got a lot of books in the backlog that I'm trying to read. Yeah, I'd like to increase that. Jack Garland says, with it being January, should the channel do some kind of Sure Jan gimmick? I love that Sure Jan has become like a thing. I'm like, Sure Jan. Like, I love that. It's perfect. It's just everything. It's the best response to some statements. It really, really is. It is the best response to some statements. I love it. Schreier on Blue Sky is predicting that GTA 6 will slip. He has been predicting that for a while. He's been predicting that for a while. I still don't think Strauss-Zelnick would have stressed that the release date was still locked in November of last year. I don't think he would have stressed that. I don't think... Yeah, I just don't think so. November is not that far away. In November of last year, he was like, no, we're going to hit the date. It's still on pace. We picked that date because we can hit it. And now he's doing interviews with Financial Times about how much money it's going to make. No, it's not going to slip. No. If it slips, it's got to stay in this fiscal year. We'll know. They have an earnings call in February. If they get on that earnings call and they don't announce a delay, I don't think that thing's getting delayed because your shareholders are going to be really ticked. I picked up reading 2 years ago to do something with the wife. Now I can't stop. The last 2 years, I've read 150 books. My goal for 2025 is to read 100 books and to read all of Brandon Sanderson. Yeah, I'm probably 1/5 of the way into the second Stormlight book. Yeah, the hard thing is I always read before bed, and like a lot of the times I'm just tired, and sometimes I'll plow through a chapter, other times I'm like 2 or 3 pages, and I'm like falling asleep. So Chrome crashed again, so I gotta pop out the chat again. How often they do the investor calls? Aren't they typically like quarterly? I think most companies do them quarterly, do they not? Tenor with 40 months and a member plus, getting us a little bit closer to the last and final stretch goal of the week. You guys can make Madam Shoutcast tonight. You unlocked Helldivers PvP. And somebody asked for that to be the stretch goal, so we made it. Stormlight's amazing. I've been enjoying it. It's just difficult. It's difficult to read at night and not just fall asleep, you know? Let me pull up another question here. Stonespire says, concerning AC Shadows, the last gameplay we saw, the combat UI looked a lot like Ghost of Tsushima. Do you think that they will have similar stances for the combat? I mean, it's almost impossible to not have similarities given that you're dealing with samurais, katanas, and sword stances. So yeah, there'll probably be similarities, but it does look like it does look like they're going to try to have it be more about like decision making. Like if you watch carefully a lot of the Yasuke footage, it seems like you're making active decisions with the stance and with said stance's abilities. And I feel like Tsushima was more about you would get into the stance and then sort of do more of like a back and forth. I don't know if I'm making a clear distinction here. So there were moments in the Yasuke footage where it kind of feels like he goes into the stance and he waits, and when he sees this opportunity, he does like an ability or a charge move or something. And in Tsushima, it's more about like you go into this stance because it's especially effective at landing the perfect parries and the heavies. It feels like a very different approach. Again, I've not played it. I don't have details on AC Shadows. I'm just doing analysis of the gameplay footage that we've seen recently. So, yeah. In Ghost of Tsushima, well, Ghost of Yotei, yeah, she's going to play very different than Yasuke as well, because she's going to have what looks like more. She's got a weapon, at least in the one scene, that's more like what Naoe's using, or Noe. How do you say her name? Naoe? So. I hope we can turn off when it goes black and white for a second. That'll take me out of the game. Yeah, I could see how that might be an immersion breaker for some people. I actually kind of liked it. I thought it added like a level of cinematic punch to the game. But I could see how somebody would like, man, hey, can I turn that off? I don't like that. Guns, apparently. Well, she's just gonna have a rifle instead of a bow and arrow. I think they were wanting to have her be, clearly distinct from Jin with the bow. Yeah, she's gonna have dual wield the Kasurigama, but I think that Naoe in AC Shadows can use a Kasurigama. I think they show her using one, I believe. So, I think a lot of that, they're doing that in an effort. They're doing that in an effort to make her distinct from Jin. Like, I don't think they wanted it to feel like she was just a different version of Jin. I think that's also why they wanted to change protagonists, because like if you were just playing through another game as Jin, the worry would be that what are you going to do with all of his stances and all his abilities and all the things that you unlocked? Like, what are you going to do with that? You know what I mean? Yeah, there's bamboo getting cut by the Kasurigama, I think, in some of the AC Shadows stuff. D the Great says, have you seen the new Atari handheld? I saw a headline in an article, but I didn't look any further than that. Atari handheld. What do we got here? Atari Game Station Go handheld will debut at CES. It rolls out. It's going to have a trackball. Okay, so we've got a tweet here from them. An icon reimagined. Okay. So bumpers, triggers, AB, ABXY button, buttons in the vein of the Xbox. Okay. A number pad. My Arcade. Micro SD slot. Headphone slot. HDMI out. I kind of dig it. Oh, Oh, I love the colors. Oh, it's so retro. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I need this. Oh boy, do I need this. Oh, they're going to turn it on? Yeah. I know nostalgia fades quickly for me, but yeah, I'm gonna need me one of those. I'm gonna need me one of them. That thing's got a whole vibe going on, dude. The colors, the feel. It's got the roller ball on it. Yeah, that's nice. that is nice. That's clean. No right analog stick. You won't need one for those games, no. One analog stick? Yeah, you got to think if it's an arcade, if it's an Atari arcade in your hand, then you don't need two joysticks. There were not games back then that would need that. Lono Atari ASMR. That console looks like a waste of money. You look like a waste of money. I'm just kidding. Got a question here from Mick D09. Star Wars Outlaws is $40 in the PlayStation Store. Do you think it's worth buying at the discounted price? It's not a matter of do I think it's worth it at a discounted price. I think the better question is, do I think it's worth playing? Because I don't. Like, I love that they're trying to make it better, but like, I get to the town and the open world and the performance is just, it's just booty cheeks, man. Like, this is my opinion. Sven says it's worth it. I'm not even looking at the price. I'm looking at the game itself. I have the game and I won't play it because it just runs so poorly. I have such a backlog of what is games that are at many levels their own sort of masterpieces. And it's like, I ain't going from Space Marine 2 and Kena and Plague Tale Requiem to Star Wars Outlaws. I'm not doing it. Don't listen to Lono, he quit too early. Is there a point in the game where it stops running like caca? Like, what hour does that happen, Garrett? Right? When does it stop running like cheeks? Hour 7? It's not running poorly anymore. Oh, yes, it is. They've not done any more updates since I tried it. It was running like garbage. I went to town, ran terrible. Frame rate was abysmal. I was driving around. The game's almost like buzzing in the open world when you're driving around. It looks terrible. Unless they've done some significant overhauls. Since the last time I played, I could not believe how poorly. Oh, it ran fine for me. This is the Black Myth Wukong discussion. It's just like, okay, it runs really well on the Pro. There's probably still some hitches somewhere I'm unaware of. I booted that game up on the Pro. I walked around town and the frame rate was terrible. I drove around the open world and the image quality was so poor. No. I mean, there are people in the chat. If they compel you to get it, then you go talk to them if you agree with me after you try to play it. I mean, I'm trying to steer you clear of it. No. You talking about on the Pro? Yeah, I played it on the Pro. There's some screen tearing, but not terrible. No frame issues, though. So, Garrett, you're saying that when you would go into the main hub in the main town, that you'd have no issues with frame rate? Star Wars Outlaws, Omar. You'd have no issue with image quality when you're riding around in the open world? Outlaws or Survivor? He asked about Outlaws. Yeah, Jedi Survivor is 100% worth playing through. They fixed the most egregious issues, and I had a very smooth experience, and I loved it. I thought the story was excellent. It's not terrible. I think we should charge Trill money for that one. That's at least, I don't know. That's got to be $50. Do we blame the developers or the pro? What do you mean? It's on the pro. It didn't skip the pro. They are doing things with the engine that make it run terrible. So yeah, we blame the developers. I mean, unless you're memeing, that discussion is over. That discussion's over. Star Wars Outlaws runs poorly everywhere. I was nuanced in my discussion of Black Myth Wukong, and I said that Black Myth Wukong could be on the Xbox Series X right now, running just as poorly as it does on the PS5. The causality for it not being on Xbox is the Series S. In this situation, the issues with Star Wars Outlaws are 100% a dev problem. It's not the PlayStation 5 Pro is not causing the game to be poorly optimized or to run poorly or to have bad frame rate. The fact that people can't diagnose something as simple as causality in an equation, it leaves me such little hope for some people. It's like, Jiminy Christmas, how do you get to work on time? You know, how do you get to work on time? How do you go through life and you can't see there's a giant difference between a dev being to blame when a game is poorly optimized and the Series S being to blame when a game doesn't come to Xbox or comes to Xbox late? They're completely different things. I'm no tech expert, but I'd hear somebody say some screen tearing but no frame rate issues. Correct me if I'm wrong, but screen tearing is technically a frame rate issue. He may be saying he gets some screen tearing, but no like frame rate drops. Maybe that's what he meant. They want you to say because of the pro. It's bold of you to assume they get to work on time. Yeah, when a game is poorly optimized, you don't blame the device. Like when Dragon's Dogma 2 came out and had issues, when Alan Wake 2 and Silent Hill 2 and Avatar pushed out bad patches that caused issues, you didn't blame the pro. Well, people blame the pro because they're either stupid or they're liars or they're a bit of both. Oh yeah, they blamed PSSR and they blamed the pro because they're dishonest. Like, that is when you blame the developer, when they push out a game that's not optimized or has performance issues. When a game can't come to the Xbox platform or comes late, blaming the devs is asinine because every dev seems to be struggling with it. That discussion is tired and worn out on the ground. It just is. Screen tearing's a different issue. It involves frame rate for sure. I think that's what he meant, though, when he said what he said. I think he was saying he's gotten some screen tearing, but he's not getting, like, frame drops or frame rate issues. Yeah, the screen tearing, oh my gosh, the screen tearing in Jedi Survivor, oh wow, it was bad. It was egregious. It was egregious. It was terrible. I couldn't believe it. It was shockingly bad. Shockingly bad. Okay, so this is typically what we do. Yeah, that'll work. This is typically what we do. At 3 p.m. Eastern on Fridays, we go to the community game day. And Hilly's not around today. I believe he's got something going on with family. But we can still do Jackbox. Let me get the Jackbox thumbnail. Okay. Truly a force to be reckoned with. I appreciate the feedback. I've watched very little gameplay and I wanted to ask before purchasing. Yeah, I think you've gotten a pretty good lay of the land here. What is this here? These guys that were trying to use the CCO of Helldivers as like some kind of a champion for them. He doesn't seem to want that. So, Spider Senseless, with the last question in the queue, says the following. Any possibility that GTA is pushed up even a little bit, which is why the silence has been deafening since the first trailer? What do you mean pushed up? You mean earlier? I don't think there's any chance it comes earlier. No. They just in November pushed the idea that it was going to be that it was going to land in fall. I don't think they would go any earlier. And the silence from Rockstar will be broken very, very soon. They have an earnings call like February the 9th. They can't be silent about it anymore. The shareholders are going to want to know what in the world's going on. They're going to want to know. All right, so the CCO from Helldivers has clarified his comments, I guess. I read through these comments that he had today about DI. He says, thank you. Even so, what society will we become if we distance ourselves from each other for fear of others? Discourse is the foundation of a healthy society, and diversity of opinion is how we collectively decide where to go. Conversation is the relief valve of society. Yeah, I don't think he's choosing a side. I don't think he wants to be celebrated by either side. I think he's literally just like, yeah. I think he just wanted to say, like, we're not going to put that kind of stuff in our game if we don't feel like it's good for the game. I don't think that he was saying. I don't think it was any deeper than that. I really don't. Me reading Trill's puns. He can't keep getting away with it. Jesse Pinkman gif is so good. It's so good. Let me make sure all my Jackbox games are up to date. Oops. I hate when a game gets removed from your Steam wish list and they don't leave like a placeholder so that you can know what it was. You know what I mean? Am I the only one that wishes that they would let you see it? Yeah, I have Jackbox Party Pack 4, 7, 8, and 9. I've got other ones on my Xbox, but I'm not going to bother bringing it in here. We've got enough on Steam. Survey Scramble? No. Do you think it would be better than any of the games we already have? Like, what do people think of Survey Scramble? I think I have it on... Yeah, I have it on my wish list here. It's got a 93% overall, but only 184 people. Metallica had that happen the other day. Well, at first it glitched out and it said like every game on my wish list was gone, and so I refreshed and it fixed it. There are 2 that are missing, and it won't tell me what they are. Oh. I liked it, but it's very party themed. I don't know. It's a simple game. You have 6 missing, Tally? I have 2. I have 2 missing. And I'm like, what the frick? I wish I knew what they were. I'd have to go back. I have to go back. Why is... Why is he running to GoFundMe? For his teeth? I mean, I guess if people want to support it, that's up to them how they spend their money. It's not like the other Jackbox. I just removed them. If they were important enough, they'll either come back or they got canceled. One or two I might, but holy crap, 6. Yeah, I wonder if I could go back, if I've ever scrolled through my wish list on stream, if I could go back and figure out what I added and when. It'd be really, really hard to even find a time. It'd be hard to find a time where I did that. I know there's been times where I pulled up my wish list on stream and scrolled, but I have no idea when. Yeah, that's a bummer that they're just not because I'm sad that they're gone. Like, they really matter to me. It creates a mystery. It's like, oh, what game was that? You know what I mean? It creates a mystery in my mind that like wants to be solved. Surprised Steam does that in the first place. In PlayStation, you just have the price comes up and it stays in the list. Well, if they delete the game... if they delete the game from Steam, there's nothing to put there. There's nothing to put there. Like, they don't have anything to show you. You've shown it occasionally. It was in Writer's Room. Yeah, if somebody could find it, that'd be really cool, because then I could see what the games are. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to find that, though. I don't know how recently I was pulling up my wish list. And not just pulling it up, but pulling it up, showing it, and scrolling through the entire thing. Have you seen anything on the upcoming game called Kingmakers? If so, what do you think? If not, please do. I want to see your face. I've seen it. You know what games like that make me think of? They make me think of Just Cause, where it's fun for a little bit, but then it's basically an open world destruction simulator. And I just get bored very quickly in games like that. I just get bored. You know, it's like, I remember playing Just Cause, and like, you're blowing stuff up, you're knocking stuff down, you're creating all these chain reactions, and after a couple of hours, I'm just like, I'm good. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's what that game would be, like, haha, funny, like a funny stream with you guys and with Hilly, and then that'd be kind of the end of it. Fun is all a game needs to be. Well, not necessarily. I need a reason to come back. You know, playing a game for one afternoon and having fun is fine, but I definitely think there's a lot of games like that where like they just sort of land in this category of like with like Just Cause. Like I would never go back and finish one of those games. I wouldn't. The story, the clearing the map, all that, no. It just, I get bored. It's just there's just something, I don't know, there's a level of frivolity to it where it's just like you're not really doing anything. Yeah, I would need to maybe know more, Ollie. Like, is there a content loop? Is there progression? Like, is there a reason to come back? Or is it like literally just like one afternoon of lulls and blowing stuff up and running over people with a car? And then that, you know, then that's it. That's, you've experienced the content loop, you know? The laugh when Hugo got swarmed. Yeah. Just kidding, Hugo. I'm really enjoying Plague Tale Requiem. I've officially gotten past the furthest part that I was. So I'm getting to experience things that were new. It was a little bit tough to press on through the opening of the game because I was like, I kind of knew all the stuff that was going to happen. So I'm officially now into new content in that game, and I'm really, really liking it. I'm liking where they're taking the story and where they're taking things. I think it's good. I'm excited to see where they go with it because I still don't have, I know you get to the point where I think you get Hugo back with you and he has like abilities and powers and stuff. I'm not to that point yet. I've been it's just been Amicia and the other kid. Yeah, I'll stay with you for a while. Great story. Yeah, I'm excited. I think I'll enjoy it. So D-Batch responds to a guy on Twitter. He says, holy smokes, man. 10 gig of VRAM on Series S is shared. So it's not VRAM, right? It's system RAM? Anyway. So you're not getting 10 for games, more like 7 to 8. Proving the point, you guys are so insufferable. Microsoft needs to send somebody to Game Science to help, period. Yeah, it's 8 gig left over for games. Yeah. Apparently they're all having a go at each other. Is the first Plague Tale good? I really, really liked it, and then I got soft locked on a mission and did not want to restart, and so I never went back, sadly. So today's the first time I've seen somebody on X clipping your content. Just some bashers for clicks. You know you made it, bro. You got haters to prove it. I really appreciate all the free marketing, you know. They continue to drive more people to the channel. So they literally spend their day marketing me for free. The lack of self-awareness is always so incredible. Like, I'm like, hey, thanks, man. Yeah, Stonespire, one of the guys that's very much, gone after me and, is big in Xbox's corner and doesn't like PlayStation. Even he's correcting the one guy and saying, the game uses 9 gig of RAM and 4 gig of VRAM. There's not enough RAM on the Series S. That's the issue. And people keep bringing up the Steam Deck. It's like, yeah, Steam Deck has more. I mean, what are we talking about here? Hang on, I gotta snooze the ring again. Haters make you famous? I mean, it's not even that haters make you famous. It's just that that's just part of the job. You know what I mean? Part of this business I've learned after 10 years is that that's just what's going to happen. There are pathetic people in the world, and they will become deranged and obsessed with you, and they will hate watch and clip you. It happens to every content creator. Man, woman, doesn't matter. You know what I mean? There's nothing you can do about it other than acknowledge it and just accept it, Just acknowledge and accept it. You have to have hard skin. It's more than that, too. Like, it's just having the mental, fortitude to say their opinion of me is immaterial, and also what they say about you is false. So it's like, who cares? You know what I mean? Writing fan fiction about me and clipping me and yelling about me and telling the world that you hate me or this is what you think about me, it just doesn't matter. It's immaterial. It doesn't really exist. It's... How do you remove that? I just reported that account. When they make their account name something like that, I'm surprised it even gets through. That's so bizarre. Did it disappear from chat for you guys, or is it still there? If you report it, it disappears from chat. Right, Fuzzy? Yeah. If you report it, it disappears from chat. That's one of the best ways to get it out of chat if you're seeing that. How can you get a name like that? I don't know. I truly don't. Oh, it's gone? So when I reported it and said hide them on my channel, it disappeared from chat? That's good. That's good. All right, we've gone the full route today. We've gone 4 hours and we've talked about pretty much everything. We've even done like a personal AMA. We can transition now into members, community, game day, Jackbox. Let me get it scheduled. And we can just switch gears a little bit early. Usually with Hilly we go at 3, but we're going to go a little early today. We are out of gas on gaming, and that's okay. We've got other things to do. Okay, go live. Schedule, create new. Okay. Oops. Man, I suddenly can't type. Members instead of members? Memberbers? Good golly. There we go. Jackbox Games, Jackbox Party Pack. There's a Jackbox Party Pack Naughty Pack. Oh my. Okay, let's put that one. Jackbox Party Pack number 9. Put it in members only. And schedule this as members only. Done. Oh, man, chat. I didn't sleep good last night. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I am like, my energy level just dropped. It dropped. Okay. All right, a lot of you guys have said lately that... Oh, chat's broken. There we go. Type in trouble there, buddy? Yes. Yeah, Noberto, I just don't care anymore. Spud heard from what Lono was saying, and his content is hate farming. Yeah, I just don't care. Yeah, after I reported that super chat, it like broke my chat. So there's a link right there in chat. A lot of you guys have been saying that the redirect hasn't been working. If redirect has been giving you trouble, then use that link. Make sure as well, if you have not, double check your notification bell that it's set to all and not personalized. A lot of you guys got switched and you didn't know it, and so that way you don't miss out on stuff like you know, like members only content. So I'm gonna start the new stream. Hey, if this video hit your feed, welcome in. Another huge day for lots of new members on the channel. If you're like, why did I get a membership to this channel? It's probably because you've watched some of my shows, or maybe you tuned in for the GTA 6 Trailer 2 waiting room, and you got a gifted member from somebody. It means for a month you get access to my extra content. This is going to be a community game day where we play Jackbox together. There will also be a member stream tonight with my wife. We'll play some more Jackbox, some Helldivers 2 PvP games that we've made up. And you guys didn't get the stretch goal to Maker Shoutcast, but you did unlock the Helldivers 2 PvP games. I am going to continue to say, if you got a gifted member or you're paying for your own membership, consider upgrading to Member Plus. We're trying to get to 600 people at that total, and we're at like 557, so we need about 40 people to upgrade. It's a huge, huge goal for us to get more and more folks supporting the channel directly and not so much always on a gifted. So if you cannot afford a membership, stay on gifted. But if you can't pick up that membership, it does help out. I'm going to end the previous stream and redirect. And then I'm going to change the thumbnail because we're no longer live.